Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Well, I know it's a bright and early start to the morning, so thank you to those of you who've come fresh today to AIM conference, and thank you to those of you who decided to come back after yesterday. I'm Lisa Olahead. I'm the director of AIM. I think some of you I managed to have a chat with yesterday, and hopefully with some more of you today. For those who joined us at the Black Country Living Museum here last night, I hope you had a great evening. If you went on the fun fair, even though it was so cold and windy, you are my hero, really. I was so excited to have the fun fair, and I have been raging all week about the weather forecast, but at least we did manage to avoid the torrential rain and just had a light drizzle. So I hope everybody had a lovely time. I had a wonderful conversation with David with the red scarf, who some of you may have met last night or spoken to. It's one of the street sweeper characters. And we had a really interesting conversation. He was telling me about how he manages his interactions with people, with visitors, and what it means to him as an interpreter to be in a living museum. He was in the grocery shop one day. It's a grocery shop in, I believe, the 1920s, 30s town. Obviously, I could never advise that you slip away from our wonderful content, but if you haven't been down to the museum yet, do try today because it's wonderful. But down in the 1920s town, and it is a real shop, real place that was brought here to the museum, only closed in 1976, although the setting of it here is earlier. But he had a visitor who came in while he was working in the shop, who had lived opposite to that shop as a child. And he was saying what that access to that story meant to that visitor and what it meant to him to be able to offer that story back to the visitors and that immersive experience. And a conference is a bit like that. So we take you away from your day job for a day or a couple of days and try and immerse you in thinking and learning and dreaming. And we do know what it means to you, many of you from small organizations, everyone, I think, from a very stretched organization, for whom every penny on a ticket or a travel expense really matters. So we do know what it means to you to take that time. But we are glad that you did. So thank you very much again. And I am very pleased to be here today and introducing our second day of talking about museum communities in a host museum that so proudly reflects and collects such a local history. The Black Country Living Museum have been a fabulous host, and I wanted to say thank you to all the team here who have worked with the AIM team so well through months of planning and made yesterday and today happen. And we want to especially say thank you to Kate Kirkpatrick, Izzy Taylor, Laura Jones, and Joe Whitehouse, who've been excellent. Joe Turner in Andrew's office, and of course Andrew himself, who is chief executive here. In the occasional moments he has free from me asking him for help and advice as the AIM chair. We did sell out the conference. We did sell out the conference this year, and we were really pleased and proud about that. So, get next year's tickets early. Mary Rose, June 18th and 19th, on sale from January. Dom is here for this morning, so if you want to get your demands in now about what you'd like to see next year. Dom is going to build Alton Towers equivalent over the next year. I'm confident this will happen. But it really shows how much all of you are keen for the company of other museums, for colleagues, and the AIM community of independent museums. So I hope you've had enough time to chat and network and spend time with one another yesterday, and that you do today as well. The early start is so that we could pack in an extra breakout set of sessions this year, while also having long enough lunches and tea breaks for you to spend time with each other, as well as possibly the museum. This is the third conference I've programmed now as AIMS director, and my most important lesson, some of you may remember if you were with us in Port Sunlight in 2022, which was my first year, not enough time for tea and biscuits. So I know that the tea and biscuits are extremely important. So we've been adding a bit more time to that. And of course, while I'm talking about biscuits, I have to also say thank you to BCLM's hospitality and catering staff who have looked after us so brilliantly over the last 2 days or the day to come, and have been wonderful as well. So other than leaving time for biscuits, one of the nice things that I'm really starting to kind of lean into as a conference programmer is that you can invite other people to talk about the stuff that you're really preoccupied by at the moment, and bring people in to talk about things that you think are really interesting. And for me, one of those big things at the moment, as has been for all of you yesterday and today, and I'm sure all of your working lives, is about community. But for us at AIM, that is about the community that is you, that is about our members, is about the independent museum community and the wider museum and heritage sector. So it's that community that already exists, and we are thinking about how we can strengthen it, how we can help build new connections, and how we can help you be among one another. We know there's a real appetite to be in person and to be in, the line for fish and chips and be able to make those spontaneous connections. But again, also know it's really hard to find time for that in stretched organisations. We see the demand that we are getting for our training grants grows and grows, and it has for every year now that I have been at AIM. So we know how much that is important to everybody, but how hard it is to find the time and money to do. So we will be putting forward a new offer on community soon. We talked to our board about it on Wednesday, and we've been getting some more ideas from the conference. So we will be announcing something on that hopefully in the next couple of months once we've refined it a bit. But it's all about finding ways for people to find your people. And to have the chats and have the space for a bit of sympathy and a bit of support and a bit of scheming as well on what you can do around the sector. We want to help you to kind of work together to come up with ways to make things better for each other, for museums and for your own museum communities. And that does come out of community being part of our developing strategy, which I think some of you know about because a couple of people on Twitter yesterday very kindly said you were interested in our New Look annual report, which I'm sure the rest of you will now rush to read from cover to cover. And it was in there. It's got a lovely graphic, our strategy, which looks a bit like a museum, because I love a theme. So the other thing in the report, in the homework, as it were, Andrew did mention it at the AGM yesterday, or the final exam, is we are lucky to have quite good reserves at the moment at AIM, and this is something that we intend to really invest in, is building the community of our members and around the sector. We're very grateful for our Arts Council funding, which supports the core of the organisation, as well as a lot of our programmes. But a big source of our income is, of course, you, our members, and actually this conference as well. So our reserves are your money, and we will be using it sensibly over the next couple of years to do more for you. And the other two pillars of the strategy, which I am taking views on once you've all, memorised the annual report, is partnerships. So how we work with other organisations to be able to do more for you where we can, and point you to other organisations where they can. And voice as well, which I'm not going to say too much about because we will be back on stage at 12 today to talk about advocacy, which is what we really mean by voice. That session, some of you may have caught because it was changed in time for the brochure to be printed, but it replaces our usual session with public funders who can't talk this year because of the pre-election period. But so we will be having a conversation without our lovely funders about what the election means for us as a national body, what it means for you as cultural institutions and community organisations. does probably mean at least one new survey in the next few months. So sorry about that, but do fill it in. This work is built on a foundation of fundraising and financial sustainability, and we are currently at AIM going through many of the same conversations that you have in your museums about operating models, about the best way to cut your cloth. So we'll say more about all this in the coming months and years probably, because we are your organisation. We are here for you. We are here because nearly 50 years ago, independent museums went, yeah, we are the primordial sign, but that is great actually, because it means if we come together as a group, we can grow and be the basis of all life. So that message that there is something special and different about independent museum community is what we want to keep shouting about. So thank you again for coming to AIM conference and shouting and sharing. I hope you have a great rest of the day. And now a word from our sponsor, Alina from Bloomberg Connects. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Lisa, thank you so much. Thank you to Matt and all the team at AIM. You have been incredible. And also, I would like to thank the Black Country Living Museum for hosting us. I personally had a great time, and I'm sure you did too. So my name is Alina Vasilikae. I have the great privilege of working for the partnerships team at Bloomberg Connects. And I'm very excited to tell you a little bit more about the work that we do. But first, I would like to tell you a little bit more about the work of Bloomberg Philanthropies. Bloomberg Philanthropies, it is the umbrella organization encompassing all of Mike Bloomberg's charitable activities, focusing on 5 key areas: education, the environment, public health, government innovation, and our favorite area, arts and culture. Innovation and collaboration is key to Bloomberg, and we believe in the power of arts to really spark that creativity and collaboration at heart, I would say. So there is essentially no greater example to demonstrate this than Bloomberg Connects, because for more than 2 decades, we have supported cultural institutions around the world with new and emerging technologies to support and enhance their visitor experience. So as part of this support, Bloomberg Connects is free for institutions and for users. But what is Bloomberg Connects? So Bloomberg Connects is an app, a portfolio model, meaning that in our app currently we have 460 partners and serving 3.3 million users. We're serving a wide range of cultural institutions from museums, galleries, historic houses, parks, festivals, and many more. Before I'm going to dive into the app's capabilities and how can it be used, I want to tell you why we do what we do and how it all started. So we truly believe, and quoting our founder, Mike Bloomberg, that everyone should have the opportunity to experience all that arts has to offer, and technology can definitely make that happen. So we really strive to democratize access to arts and culture, to create a community, and to ensure that everyone can enjoy their local museum, but also the large and international museums around the world. If you like data, because at Bloomberg we do, in God we trust, for the rest bring data. So, as I mentioned, we currently have 460 partners. Do come back and ask me in a week, because we currently launch 3 to 10 institutions every week. As I said, we have partners in 25 countries and in 5 continents, 3.3 million users, and we're seeing a significant growth. And that is for various reasons, because all of our new partners are bringing their wonderful audience, and also because of our marketing efforts. I'm not going to go into too much details in terms of users, but you could see here a good representation in the UK and in the US, and now we're kind of picking up around the world too. So who are our partners? First off, we work with large and small institutions, but I think being here at AIM, I would rather give a shout out to our partners, but also the AIM members. So we have Charleston, Ben Urey, Dulwich Picture Gallery, Imperial War Museum, Peer Art Center, Manchester Art Gallery. I could continue because we have a really long list of wonderful partners. What I'm trying to highlight with this slide is that we really are an app that is catered for everyone. And if you're experienced the guides, you wouldn't know whether it's a team of 3 or whether it's a team of 20 behind a guide. Now, how does the app work? First off, when you open the app, you will be greeted with an easy and appealing, easy-to-use interface. So from there, you can easily search for a guide by typing the name. You can browse by category, or you can use the map, which will take you to the closest Bloomberg Connects partner to you. From there, you will see a clear organizational branding and identity. No two guides are the same. And I like to say, yes, it's our platform, but it's truly your guide, with your identity, with your branding, and with your voice. The content that you can tell can be fully customized. And in all honesty, probably that's my favorite part, because if I want, I could have Alina's favorite section there, or, you know, Matt top picks for like the AIM conference, to give you an example. But essentially, you can dive into curated content about each artwork and also, or object with visual thumbnails. You have there a great representation of Aberdeen Arts Gallery Museum, which I highly recommend you to have a look. Also, you can connect seamlessly, you know, to audios and also videos. And also you can link to your, you know, wider programming. You can link out to events, you can link out to, you know, to your shop, and also encourage people to book tickets. So you can really create that link between your website and your guide. But most importantly, as I touched upon yesterday, the app has been built with accessibility in mind. We really strive in removing those barriers in connecting to your audience. So accessibility features include screen reader support, Zoom, font size adjustment, transcripts, subtitles, alt text, and more. You can also have verbal description tours, BSL content. But to demonstrate that, I want to invite you all to take a short trip to New York, because the Guggenheim has a wonderful section in their guide called The Mind's Eye, inviting you on a sensory experience of their amazing building. I hope this works, by the way. Ooh, give me 1 second.
Walking north along Fifth Avenue, we pass rectangular New York buildings with towers 10 stories high and taller. Traffic rushes by. Central Park is on our left. We may hear pedestrians talking or birds calling above us in the foliage. Crossing 87th Street, we glimpse a bright ivory gray curving form ahead protruding from the rectilinear shapes around it. The trees and buildings partially obscure the view, but as we near 88th Street, the circular concrete building reveals itself in full magnificence.
I think it's time to come back. But I hope you enjoy that. And this is just an example of what type of content you can host in the app to really speak to your wide range of visitors and audience.
Walking north along...
Now we're coming back. Another element, and speaking of international visits and travel, so the app also incorporates a multilingual support. So you can host content in 40+ languages, which is, added by you, or you can tap into the power of Google Translate. So automatically all the text from your guide can be translated in 40+ languages. Again, really helping you removing those barriers. And for those that are concerned, it's like, oh, Google Translate, also the app makes it quite clear, as you could see here, which content is provided by Google Translate and which content is provided by your institution. Now, the question, I hope you'll like the idea. Yes, it's accessible. We can host multimedia content, a wide range of voices, but how do we actually build the guide? Don't worry, I'm not going to go into a demo now on how the backend works, but I just wanted to reassure everyone that actually you don't need a lot of expertise because everything is pretty much pre-built for you. So we had a wide range of, colleagues kind of working into the app, from volunteers to senior staff members, and it's really intuitive and easy to use. So first off, you will get access to our backend, the CMS, then we will ensure that you have full support. So we provide training, specialists to help you with the content, copy editors, and also we have a wide range of online resources. And again, speaking of data, after your guide is launched, you can pull a report to really understand how your guide is performing. Meaning you can see how many people have opened your guide on a monthly or daily basis or for your select time period. Also, you would see what's the most engaged object in your guide, how is the audio and the video performing, but also you get an insight how many people have used your guide in different languages. But above all, and speaking about community today, we really strive to be more than just an app. So we really want to create a community of partners, not only through the app by hosting everyone under the same platform, allowing that cross-pollination of audiences, increased visibility, but we also try to do that, offline in a way. So, being part of Bloomberg Connects, you will be added to a Slack channel where you can meet everyone, ask questions, hear about best practices, or also ask what has worked and what hasn't. We also run regular webinars where we share those best practices, and also in-person events where we strive to bring everyone together for networking and just enjoying, being there in a shared space together. Now, are we ready to get started? And joining me today, so next week I could say that I have 480 partners. I'll keep it very brief because it's all very simple. Of course, if any of you have questions, please do come back, to the stand. I'm happy to answer any questions tailored to your institution. But speaking about the process, and as I said, in case you missed it at the beginning, it's absolutely free for you and for the users. And, we have no plan in changing that. So you'll just have to complete a very brief online application form. Then you need to create a plan. Know your audience, gather assets that, to better serve your audience. You will then build your guide alongside other cultural organizations. So we run cohorts of 10 to 15 organizations in the UK, again, creating a shared learning experience. After that, you have the opportunity to review and refine because the app allows you an internal mode, meaning that you can review that process every step of the way. And also you'd feel a bit of like software developer along the way, I must admit. And then you launch, you share, and then, you have signage and you promote it to the visitors. And then we don't go anywhere. We're there to support, to share any updates, and also take your feedback and how can we drive this forward as a community. But if you have questions, I'm just around the corner. I'm sure you can't miss me. If you didn't get a tote bag just yet, please do come and see me because we have amazing tote bags as well. But above all, thank you so much for your attention. And yeah, I look forward to working with many more of you and to continue to build a community. Thank you.
Just to get your attention. Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, hello. I'm delighted that that has caused such a ripple of interest. Thank you very much, Alina, for telling us about Bloomberg Connects. I do have our intros to make. I've been telling the board for 2 days, you must say all these things, and then I came up before and didn't say them, so I will say them now. So welcome delegates in the Black Country and online. And thank you to our conference sponsors, Bloomberg Connects, our host sponsor, Black Country Living Museum, and our gold sponsors, Minerva and Hayes Parsons Insurance Brokers. Please do support our exhibiting suppliers in the expo, who are a great source of advice and guidance. We really do rely on our sponsors and exhibitors at conference to make it doable. Their support is what enabled us to freeze ticket prices again for this year. So please do support them. And please do tweet using hashtag #AIMConference 2024. And now I'm going to introduce our keynote for this morning, Emma Stenning, Chief Executive Officer of the City of Birmingham Symphony Orchestra. Emma is Chief Executive of the orchestra, a position she's held since April 2023. Prior to joining the CBSO, she was Executive Director of Soul Pepper, Toronto's largest not-for-profit theatre. Before that, from 2009 to 2018, Emma was Chief Executive of Bristol Old Vic, leading the organisation in partnership with the Artistic Director Tom Morris. Together, they delivered the long-awaited £26 million refurbishment of the historic theatre, which revitalised the organisation's creative life and public profile locally, nationally and internationally. Of Emma's extraordinary career, past roles also include Head of Theatre Arts Council England, Cultural Programme Advisor at the London Organising Committee for the Olympic Games, Executive Director of the Battersea Arts Centre, and she's formerly the Deputy Chair of Shakespeare's Globe and currently serving on the Globe Council, Chair of Shoreditch Town Hall, a Trustee of Cheek by Jowl and Wild Arts, and a Director of the Shireland Collegiate Academy Trust. So we're very pleased Emma could find some time to come to us. And she will be talking about facing the challenge of making one of the world's greatest orchestras relevant to audiences today. Thank you, Emma.
Good morning, everyone. This just sounds like the best conference. I mean, anywhere where you get fish and chips and get to go on a funfair ride on the night. Also, you're at one of my very favorite places that I've newly discovered in the West Midlands, because I just think this museum is a phenomenal place. I brought my whole senior management team up here earlier in the year, I think it was. Andrew, wasn't it? Yeah. Just to meet with the senior team here, figure out how we could collaborate. You've never seen 5 people go as mad in a sweet shop as we did. So I would highly recommend the rhubarb and custard sweets. Were just pure nostalgia for me. So yeah, make sure you take a good look before you go. So look, I'm always absolutely thrilled to talk about the orchestra. I'm quite low tech, I'm afraid. I don't have slides and music and things to play, but I did want to talk about the last year at CBSO and hope that there are some parallels and some things to share with the challenges in the museum sector. I mean, thank you to Lisa for that lovely introduction. As you can tell, I've never run a museum. I mean, I'd love to work in a museum one day. It sounds fantastic. But a year ago, I arrived into a new job in a new city in an art form that I pretty much knew nothing about. It was, yeah, I mean, why, you may ask? I mean, I think I wanted a challenge. I certainly wanted a change. And I just kind of listened to my gut, actually. And I have to say, year and a bit in, it's been absolutely the right decision for me. But I remember at the time that my family and friends thought it was incredibly weird that I was leaving a fairly long career in theatre, on the sort of innovative edge of theatre, where I'd completely thrived. I mean, I'd adored working in theatre, and stepping into a bit of the performing arts industry that I think they largely saw as being stuck somewhere in the mid-18th century, you know, thinking that a concert was really an excuse for a good snooze rather than something that could be a kind of life-changing or uplifting experience. And I guess my move was unusual because, as I said, this time last year, I could count the number of concert performances I'd seen probably on the fingers of my 2 hands. It really didn't reach double digits. It was something entirely new to me, and I really knew very little about classical music or the contemporary repertoire. But oddly, wonderfully, and incredibly powerfully, I was somehow pulled towards the opportunity of working with the orchestra. And when I did, it completely swept me off my feet. I was just totally in love with the ability of 90 otherwise ordinary people just to walk on stage and create this incredible sound that just sort of takes you to a different place. And I still remember the first time I heard the CBSO play Rachmaninoff's Second Symphony, a piece of music I had never heard before. The first time that I'd seen the orchestra being conducted by our utterly brilliant chief conductor, Kazuki Yamada, who is a Japanese superstar. And I remember in that slow moment, some people are nodding, so some of you may know the piece of music, but in that second movement, I was in Symphony Hall, which is our fabulous space here in Birmingham. It seats about 2,500 people. And there was a moment in that slow movement where I just felt sort of suspended in time and space. I was just kind of floating and everyone was connected. And there was something about the breath of everybody in the hall that was just in keeping with each other. And I thought, gosh, this is miraculous. And I absolutely want to commit the next bit of my career to working with this orchestra. But I also recognized that I had never before thought that orchestral music could be for me. I'd never before thought that going to concerts or going to see an orchestra was something that would matter to me. And I'd grown up with immense cultural privilege, and I've spent a fairly long career in other bits of the performing arts. But not unlike my friends, I think my perception of an orchestra was just a bit dull. I mean, I thought it wasn't something that I would want to connect with. And having come from theatre, I think I was a bit concerned that that it would be profoundly sort of undynamic, I suppose, not enough to look at, not enough to make me think and feel. But of course, I was completely wrong. And over this past year, I've had the most brilliant induction to orchestral works, really, that anyone could ever ask for, because week in, week out, I get to watch concert after concert. I work alongside 90 of the world's most fantastic musicians. And now, a year on, I know that I love Mahler, and I know that I love Shostakovich, and I get really excited about it. I know that actually I prefer a woodwind concerto to a piano one, and I've got opinions about this now, and I get really excited about it. And I think, if I was an orchestral player, pretty sure I'd be a percussionist, because they just get the fun stuff. And yet, orchestral music has really taken over my life in a way that I could never before have imagined. And yet I go back to that point that at the start of last year, I just didn't think it was for me. So I've been really trying to sort of tune in to the transformative impact that music's had on my own life, and how can I convert that into the day-to-day leadership that I have for this company. Because I've gone without any connection with orchestral music to it being the defining rhythm of my day. And it's turned me into an evangelist, as you can probably tell. So my driving passion for the CBSO now is that it be an orchestra that endeavors to reach everyone, that wants to give this incredible music to everyone, that wants to give a chance for people to hear it, experience it, learn about it, have a go at creating it, to everyone. And I think maybe here's where we all connect, because we're all custodians of something. And I'm sure you get equally as passionate about the thing that you're a custodian of as I do now about music. Together, I think probably our defining instinct is the need to share the thing that we look after, in the hope really that when we invite people to come and experience it and enjoy it, that they'll come to care about it in the same way that we do. And alongside that, of course, giving people a great day out or a great evening of entertainment at the same time. We're all in businesses that depend on visitors and audiences and likes and patronage and donations. We all need people to engage, to participate, and to give. And of course, the days are getting ever more complicated. Getting people's attention, time, and money is harder and harder and harder. So for me, I keep coming back to the question of how do we make ourselves as relevant as possible to the communities around us? So in taking up my role at CBSO, I joined an industry that, whilst absolutely not in immediate crisis, was starting certainly more clearly to think about the turbulence that was ahead. To sketch it out for you, when I joined CBSO, it was selling 30% fewer tickets than it had been a decade ago. Pretty steep drop. And whilst it's very, very, very much at home in Birmingham, and proud to be here, well, not in Birmingham and the West Midlands community, it was selling those tickets to a fairly slimmish demographic, as you would anticipate, of white, relatively financially privileged, older audiences. And yet Birmingham and this region is one of the most youthful and culturally diverse communities in Europe. I arrived into my role anticipating that I might get a slightly rocky ride with the City Council, but I didn't imagine that our £630,000 grant would be entirely removed by the end of my first year on the job. And of course, these aren't CBSO-specific issues. I think declining local authority investment and challenges with audiences are probably something that echoes with a lot of people in this room today. So for CBSO, and indeed the wider orchestral industry, something had to change. And over my first few weeks on the job, I was struck by two very, very clear realizations. Firstly, the live performance of symphonic music really hadn't changed at all. It really was kind of stuck in the mid-18th century, whereas much of the cultural sector, and I think museums have been doing brilliant work on this, have really embraced innovation and the opportunity of new technologies and new ways of working to connect with new audiences. Music kind of hadn't really gone there yet. And to stress this point, I joined an orchestra that only fairly recently elected to stop wearing white tie and tails to play a concert and to start wearing black suits instead. This was pretty radical. My instinct coming from theatre is always kind of innovate, search for the new. And suddenly I was in a slightly different cultural context. And secondly, for me, that we weren't really listening to our city. To some degree, and I was, again, new in this world, as I'll keep saying, but great orchestra like the CBSO is really concerned about, and rightly so, where it ranks internationally. How do you sit alongside the Berlin Philharmonic or the New York Phil? And there's an incredible international marketplace for classical music, and it's absolutely right that CBSO is part of that. But I just don't know that we figured out how we mattered to Birmingham. And that was really, really reflected in the ticket sales and the demographic that was coming. So during my first few weeks with the orchestra, we decided, we set about trying some new things, that we would be different, that we wouldn't always listen to the old rules of what an orchestra should be or how a concert should be performed. And that in doing so, in breaking out, we might discover both what it is to be a truly contemporary orchestra and one that matters to our city and possibly even therefore the world. Thereafter has followed one of the most extraordinarily exciting and profoundly challenging years of my life. So 6 months after my arrival, we published a new draft vision for the future of the orchestra. It was published in draft knowingly because it was defined by a commitment to a period of exploration, of learning, of discussion, whereby we might, and I stress might, discover the right future model for the orchestra. We said repeatedly that feedback from staff, from players, from our board, from the public, from old, new, potential audiences was really crucial. And we're now 6 months into an 18-month period of this exploratory time, at the end of which we're going to publish a forward plan for the company. The draft vision, you can read it on our website, speaks to two key themes. The first is the need to explore what the form of a concert performance might be. And when my friends teased me that jumping from theatre into orchestral music was somehow retrogressive, they weren't entirely wrong. As I said, to me, the default instinct of theatre was always about exploration. Rehearsal was always about trial and error, about innovation, about picking yourself up and trying something new. Great theatre makers and great actors are always trying something new on stage every night. Whereas I discovered orchestral music, and classical music in particular, somehow in a more defensive frame of mind, protecting the traditional conventions of a concert hall so that the music could be played perfectly every time. So in committing to exploring the concert performance, we promised we would give ourselves an opportunity to find out what a more dynamic or a freer staging of a concert might be. Perhaps not everyone sat at one end of the hall wearing black suits, perhaps leaning on some skills that other industries have embraced, like new technologies, lighting, sound, different kinds of staging, projection mapping, video. Like, what might this world of texture in live performance offer to orchestral music? And perhaps if we could also kind of break down some of the off-putting perceptions of stuffiness by relaxing some of the conventions of the concert hall, maybe people would feel more welcomed. It's, of course, a really long-running touch point about when do you clap in a concert. I run one of the world's finest orchestras. I'm still not that sure. So, you know, I like to just go on stage sometimes and say, look, if we get to the end of the movement and you're moved to clap, clap. You know, what kind of damage can that really do? So we talk a lot about just saying, please relax, please respond in a way that is meaningful to you. And actually, I mean, our wonderful patron, the Duke of Edinburgh, I talked to him about this. I said, so when do you think you should clap? And he said, Emma, whenever you like. So we've got royal assent to the policy. You're also really welcome to bring drinks into the auditorium and to take pictures or short video clips if you'd like to at the applause breaks. Our hope, of course, is that by visibly offering a more welcoming context, that more people will want to come, to think it might be for them. So we'll see. The second theme of our new vision is that we need better to connect to the city we serve, as I said, Birmingham. I want the orchestra to get to know Birmingham and Birmingham to get to know its orchestra. This time last year, CBSO had just launched a new brand. It was really just, it was all worked out before I arrived. And the brand is focused on the words Birmingham's Orchestra. And to me, I arrived and I said to the team, look, that's an aspiration. It's not a statement of fact. We have to work to earn that. You know, we need to walk the talk, as they say. You know, we need to connect with community leaders, with other music makers, with cultural organizations, and with the social life of our city. We need to be out and about, seen and heard. So each week, I set myself the task of meeting someone new, ideally on their turf, to hear about their life and their role in the city. It's exactly what brought us up to the Black Country Living Museum previously this year. Their conversations are absolutely based on the question, what do we mean to each other? What can we do together? They're completely gorgeous conversations, entirely uplifting and energizing. They end up with an epic to-do list, but you've got to dream it before you can make it happen. So there's nothing wrong with that. And as the months have passed and our network across the city has grown, as has the understanding that CBSO is a really proud Brummie orchestra and that we're in the business of collaboration. There's a new skills for my players too, because all of this is very different to sitting in a concert hall playing Mahler. It's about being part of the city's jazz festival. It's about collaborating with Bangladeshi musicians when we go out to play at the Nauka Boat Race Festival. It's about turning up at the city's big epic cultural moments like the Weekender Festival, and I hope in the future being part of Birmingham Pride. It's about us truly recognizing that if we want engagement with the communities across the city who don't currently participate or buy tickets, that the best thing we can do is show up in their neighborhood and be ready to play in all senses of the word. So the impact of our draft vision can be seen in our new Season of Joy, which we launched in May and will kick off this September. Through that season, you will see, alongside a brilliant program of classic and choral masterpieces, concerts that more knowingly engage with the cultural breadth of our city. We have evenings of Bollywood music and Qawwali music, for example. You'll see a wider range of soloists, including the Brummie greats Soweto Kinch and kora players Sekou Keita. And you'll see a stream of work where we are really daring ourselves to be different, that we call CBSO Explores. And I'm really proud of this last part. It's 6 concerts across the course of the year. We kick off for a week in August, which we call CBSO in the City. We're going to start with putting the entire orchestra at the heart of the Bullring Shopping Centre, playing some symphonies. We're going to end the week at New Street Station with the whole orchestra there. Midweek, we're going to be at the Hawthorns football ground here in at West Bromwich Albion. And throughout the week, we're going to fracture the orchestra into smaller groups, into quartets and sextets and chamber groups. We're going to have musicians on all of the city's trams. We've got a string quartet that's touring pubs. We've got a chamber group that's doing work for young people that will go to libraries and galleries and community spaces across the region. My dream is that it will be really hard to be in Birmingham for that week without somehow encountering music and the musicians of the CBSO. And we'll kick off a new offer for Birmingham residents. So hopefully if you see something pop up in your community, you'll then find it super easy to come and try out an evening at Symphony Hall. Elsewhere in the Explore season, we have a visual collaboration with the brilliant Icon Gallery, a partnership with Black Voices, delving into the Black spirituals that inspired Dvorak's Ninth Symphony, a physical staging of the Carnival of the Animals with a brilliant theatre company called Mishmash, And the thing I'm most proud of, although a little bit scared about, is a collaboration between the orchestra and some of Birmingham's most amazing grime artists. And this time last year, I'd never listened to any grime music. And if the same goes for you, I recommend you have a go. It really is poetic and witty, and it most importantly for me speaks to the lived experience of a community that maybe are so far away from classical music. I've got no idea what symphonic grime is, but we're going to find out. We've got a workshop in January, we've got a performance in April, and then I think we'll be with this, whatever concert emerges, we'll have it in London later in the year. So these are big steps forward for us. They feel really important, and I truly feel that they are making us more relevant to our community and more committed to the city that we are part of. But they've not been without their cost, and it's important to talk about that too. I'm well aware that we're pushing for a new kind of progress within an art form that has been lovingly held by an older, white, largely privileged audience. They adore the traditional conventions of the concert hall, and why shouldn't they? They're wonderful. They like their Beethoven neat, as one of them wrote to me recently, which I thought was fantastic. And of course, some of them shiver at the idea of clapping anywhere other than at the end of the symphony. They know that they don't want or need innovation, and they tell me that quite a lot. So of course, it's hard, isn't it, as leaders, to understand how do we push forward? How do we innovate? How do we respond to the needs and the expectations of a new audience, whilst absolutely cherishing the sometimes lifelong commitment of those that are with us today? Very soon after we published our draft vision, there was a hearty round of applause at the end of a movement at a particular concert, and I was secretly quite delighted. But it was met with a bellowing "no" from the back of the console. I mean, it really was quite extraordinary. I thought, gosh, here we are on the front lines of innovation in classical music. We presented a performance of Don Quixote and Eroica last September, Strauss and Beethoven masterpieces alike, with staging, lighting, projection, by the brilliant theatre director Tom Morris, who, as many of you will know, I've collaborated with for many, many years. We had an overwhelming response. We had a full hall. Younger audiences, newer audiences completely loved it and discovered something emotive and connecting in the performance of works that they possibly didn't know before. But the older community really didn't. The people that had been seeing the concert performances for many, many years thought that we were somehow dismantling something that they held very, very dear. And to be honest, they sort of held me personally responsible for that. So I learned a lot during those encounters and the many exchanges of letters, chats over cups of tea that followed thereafter. My instinct is always to engage with anyone that responds. We'd committed at the get-go to listening to feedback, and listen we did, including a brilliant public meeting where audience members who really wanted to have their say about how against change they were came face to face with communities who were saying, no, this is exactly what we want from our orchestra. And it gave me an opportunity to say, well, can't we have everything? Can't this be a place for everyone? And of course, as someone that's facing, sometimes quite personally, that kind of feedback, I always try to remember that a vigorously held opinion just comes from a place of caring. And I think if you can tune into that, that you can really bring people on side. So what these conversations led to were two entirely obvious, really, but very powerful realizations. Firstly, when it comes to tradition and innovation, it doesn't have to be an either or. Innovation's purpose is not to kind of wipe out the beautiful traditions of our art form, but to somehow sit beside them and to sit as an extension of the legacy of the days gone by. Coming from the theatre world, my analogy is always that we can understand Hamlet as a play that can be performed in doublet and hose by a full company on the stage at the Globe Theatre in the most beautiful, I mean, brilliant, but traditional of senses, but also be a play that can be performed by 4 women in modern dress on an entirely projected set. Still Hamlet. And one of the things that we come to absolutely celebrate about the play is its absolute ability to stretch and be pulled in new directions, to mean new things to new people. I've got the same faith in Mahler and Beethoven and Strauss. And I think as an industry, we've got to be confident to pull this work in ways that will make it connect with new people. It's about breadth. And secondly, for me, that we need more clearly to communicate that innovation is not anathema to excellence. This one really floored me, actually, that some people could argue that trying something different was equivalent to dumbing down, because it's not. It's absolutely not. It's about finding a route forward for what we really, really care about. This, for me, incredible music and artistry so that it stays relevant in today's world. What has been harder still, actually, has been dealing with the media, which, speaking personally, I found to be deeply conservative, attacking in nature, and depressingly misogynistic. At times, we've been too easily drawn into a proxy culture war, too easily ridiculed as woke. But although a little battle scarred, we continue onwards, and our commitment remains really, really strong. Over the past year, we've seen an 8% growth in our ticket sales. Our once declining audience is now 28% under 30 years old, which is pretty great for an orchestra. Our BBC Prom sold out in about 24 hours, and we're an orchestra in demand all over the world. My players are excited for the future. One said to me recently that they feel unstuck, like anything is possible. And with their backing, I know that anything is. So why am I talking about all of this? Well, partly because I love talking about the orchestra, and I love encouraging people to try out music, to try out symphonic music or classical music or contemporary orchestral music, or just to tune in to Classic FM or Radio 3 and let it wash over you. And if you're interested in the idea of what it might be to collaborate with an orchestra, please let me know. I'd love to have that conversation. But also I wanted to share something of my own experience of trying to push forward an art form that is so desperately in need of a new audience, that is searching for and discovering new relevance, and yet still somehow wrestling with the complex nostalgia for days gone by. I'm sure there are some synergies there. This work, it does require a lot of us as leadership teams. Over the last year, my skin has certainly become a lot thicker, but my heart has become ever more determined for working with this organization. For me, I come back to the same mantra every day: stay brave and keep exploring. So I offer that to you in case it helps. As a coda, oh, thank you. That's so nice. I want to just add a little brief coda before I'm happy to take any questions, which is to say a few words about our brilliant school, which is a sort of new project for us and something we're very proud of. And I think for me, it is probably the purest example of how the orchestra stays relevant. So back in 2018, long before I started, CBSO floated the idea of what it might be to co-lead a school, a sort of bog standard regular state school. And last year, last September, we opened the doors to the Shire Island CBSO Academy, which is not far from here, actually, in Sandwell. And alongside just being the regular school that the kids in the Sandwell community go to, of course, it couldn't be more extraordinary, really. The 150 students are overwhelmingly drawn from global majority households and are reflective of the social position of many of the families that live in this community. But the school is far from ordinary. Each child takes one-to-one small group lessons, or lessons in singing with the orchestral instrument of their choosing. We had this sort of amazing instrument fair at the start where all of my players were kind of bidding to be the coolest instrument and trying to persuade the kids to take up the bassoon rather than the violin and things. So the kids all get the instrument of their choosing, and they all have throughout the course of their day, just regular music lessons, one-on-one or in small groups. The school, which is a converted old sorting office, it's a sort of new build, but within an old shell, is full of practice rooms, it's full of studios, it has a little concert hall at its heart. And it's a magical place. Our players, we co-lead the school, I suppose, in terms of offering our players as inspirers and as collaborators. They're in and out of the school every day doing masterclasses and inspiration sessions. And any artist, any great soloist or conductor who comes to work with CBSO, I mean, including this very morning, actually, we had a brilliant cellist with us last night. She's at the school this morning doing a masterclass with the cello students. So of course, these kids sometimes, when the music teachers say to me, they don't know what they're getting, because Sheku and these fantastic artists are just in and out of the school doing lessons. And of course, it is about us saying, look, what we hope is that the young people who move through the school will discover the magic of music in their lives. It's a community that might otherwise be pretty much as far as you could be from discovering classical music. And that's just a magical thing for us to pass on and share. And of course, we hope that lots of them will go on to do GCSE and A-level music. And ultimately, we want to prove, I suppose, that by putting art, music, but by extension, creative arts, cultural activity at the heart of a school, we actually just make better schools. We actually just give people the skills to come out into the world in a different way and to get a better maths grade and be a more rounded human being and all of the things that I'm preaching to the converted, I know. But it's a fantastic thing. And I just hope it is the first of its kind. It is an academy school run in absolute partnership between a publicly funded arts organisation and an academy trust. So if anyone is interested in finding out more about that, we're just really keen to spread the word and help other people think about really long form, deep rooted education projects. So always happy to take questions on that too. I will stop there. Thank you so much. I think there's about 10 minutes for any questions, I suppose, if anyone, oh, there we go. Do I do this or use this? I'm not sure. Let's go there and then we'll come back here. Okay.
Thank you very much. Andy from Shakespeare Birthplace Trust.
Oh, hi.
You said something about the challenge of change
Yep.
that your audience has brought back to you. Is there anything you could tell us about any internal challenges? Did everyone come with you immediately? Or if not, what was the strategy?
Yeah, it's a good question, actually, because and I should have reflected on that because it's sort of equally as important. It's almost step one, isn't it? Because you've got to speak as one organization. What we did, and I would really recommend this, is I used a methodology called open space, which you might have come across. If not, I would recommend that you look it up and read about it. So very soon after I started, about a couple of months in, I held a whole day-long meeting with our staff, our orchestra, our board. An open space is a way that you can let anyone ask any question. And it's a bit too complicated to explain now, but it's a good way of getting a whole organization talking. And that entirely informed the draft vision that we then put out. So, and it gives you a chance to sort of talk through someone's nervousness about letting go of something that might be a real crutch to them, actually. So it's tricky. I mean, for me, this is by far the biggest organization that I've led because we have an orchestra of 90, a staff of about 50, we have about 200 singers. So it's a relatively sizable organization. And for me, it's just been about having a real open door policy, actually, and being present and talking with people all of the time and trying to say, look, this is where we're going, but your perspective is heard and helpful, and we'll talk it through, and just being really collaborative. And I'm sure, I mean, one of the tough things for me is I'm sure, of course, that there are some people in the organization who disagree with what we're doing, but we're cracking on, and I think that's one of the hardest things is learning to live with going, oh, you really don't get it. It's tough, that part, but I think you've just got to be a bit undaunted, actually, and carry on going. But for me, lots of big open discussion with as much of the organization as possible, and staying in a listening mode has been the most important thing. There's Danny.
Thank you, Emma. That was absolutely fabulous.
Thank you.
Hilary McGowan, consultant and co-author of the book on managing change in museums, the best-selling book my publishers got. I'm a supporter of Birmingham Royal Ballet and a patron of the Royal Shakespeare Company.
Amazing.
And I want to see audiences full of people who don't look like me.
Mm.
Now, I noticed that when, say, BRB did Black
Black
Sabbath,
Sabbath, yeah.
there was a significant number of people of colour in the audience.
Mm.
When the RSC did an all Asian Much Ado About Nothing, there were a significant number of people from that background, which was great. But then you go to a Romeo and Juliet 3 months later, and they're back to being 95% white. How do we get them coming back regularly? And what do we need to do to make it happen?
Yeah.
Because we'd all like to know that.
I know. Sorry, I don't really have the answer, but I have some thoughts on it, which is, for me, I mean, one of the things that we are actually trying to sort of just reposition in our own understanding is that there isn't a hierarchy of programming for me. So I think, and I get where you're coming from. And to some degree, when I arrived, it was saying, well, do we do the family concert or we do the video games concert so that someone comes to Marla the week after? well, actually, maybe we do the video games concert because video games music is fab and really speaks to a certain demographic. And if they don't want Mahler, that's fine. You know, they came and engaged with the orchestra. Let's just celebrate that. So I'm trying to sort of pull away from a sense that there's the sort of entry point, the progression point, and you sort of end up with, you know, the sort of most traditional form of the art form. And I think it's similar with, you know, the RSC with BRB. I mean, Black Sabbath was a fantastic piece. I think it's okay if that audience doesn't come back for the Nutcracker, because there might be a different audience for the Nutcracker. So for me, it's actually just about saying all of this work can sit alongside each other. But at the same time, I do think, I mean, clearly in concert halls, there are some sort of what I would call threshold issues. And that actually getting someone to kind of buy the ticket, come to the hall, you know, that's a piece of work in and of itself. So if there is a piece of work that's a stronger hook for someone to come in, they might be more inclined to then try something different. And it's also, I mean, for me, I just stand up on stage sometimes and say, you know, hey, you're all here for video games music. That's amazing. I've never seen such a big audience of 14 and 15-year-olds in a concert hall before. Why don't you come back next week? If you've got to have a good time, why don't you come back next season? I think we can just be really open about it. But yeah, but for me, it's about dismantling this sense of hierarchy. So it's not a solution, but that's just how I think about it. Oh, right at the back.
Hi there. Thank you very much for that. Chris Lockran, Chair of Beamish Museum, but also on the board of the Association of British Orchestras. So much of what you're saying is very familiar and really inspiring. So thank you very much. Two questions if I can. One, you've alluded to some people not wanting the change. To what extent should we as cultural institutions be happy for them to drop off? And how many of them should we be willing to see go, which is the reality, not everyone's going to come with us. And secondly, when it comes to being relevant to issues like public health, dementia, social inclusion, what more can we collectively do as cultural organisations to really push that and make sure that the leadership, particularly in Westminster, understands the role that we can play?
Yep.
Thank you.
Two great questions. I mean, the drop-off question is, it's really, really challenging. And it does happen. I mean, my sort of process, if someone writes in saying, and invariably it is a sort of long form handwritten letter that you get saying, well, I really didn't like that. And I'm considering my membership. And, you know, I've been coming for 50 years and I've never seen any, you know, and it's really hard, really genuinely hard to deal with that. My approach is to absolutely engage. It takes a lot of thought and a lot of time and a lot of energy into sort of one or two people. But I make that a point of principle that I don't farm that letter out to someone across the organization. I take it personally. I write back very personally and very specifically to the points that person has raised. And I try my absolute hardest to reassure them that I'm not about destroying the thing that they love. I'm trying to make sure that we can share it with more people. And in doing so, ensure its survival. And often those letters start with saying, you know, I first encountered CBSO when I was 6 years old and they came to and you go, well, let's think about today's 6-year-old and so I try to really, really get into the conversation. I try then to say, look, why don't we meet? Tea and biscuits, very powerful tool. So I say, you know, can we get together? That usually happens, actually. I would say most people say yes. I mean, for me, I either say, you know, if you're coming to a concert, let's meet at the interval, or do you want to pop into the office? And we talk. And usually when we talk, you can persuade someone to come round, because typically someone has taken a sort of extreme response to something that's actually not as extreme as they think. And for me, typically I'm saying, look, we've scheduled 6 really experimental concerts next year in a program that's over 90 performances. 22 of them are core classical repertoire, and you come to on average 10 performances a year. So go for it, you know. So I try and sort of talk them through it. What's tough is at the point at which you have to just let someone go. And for me, I would say I had a letter from someone earlier this year that says, why are you trying to be a social worker? I don't want Black people in my concert hall. Not interested in talking to that person. So, you know, I think from time to time, you've got to just move on. But I would say the figures speak for themselves, 8% growth after a 30% decline. So I think you've just got to go, there's a brilliant man called Roger Wright who leads an amazing organization called Black Lives in Music. And he just calls me up and says, you're not going to get all of them. And I go, okay, let's crack on. I mean, the question about social relevance, this is really tough for us at the moment because orchestras historically have done brilliant work in care settings with people with Alzheimer's and profound learning disabilities. It is really suffering because of the funding cuts. And what we're trying to do is to some degree pull back from a thin layer of so many different projects that we were doing and trying to focus on some initiatives that have real depth and impact. I think it's work we've got to do, and I think we've got to make a real case for it. And hopefully in about 4 weeks' time, we'll have a government that wants to listen to that. So, yeah. Sorry? No. I mean, that's the tough thing is, and that's why for me, partnership is a huge way forwards, actually, and how do we work with each other? Do we have time to, one more?
I'm Camilla Stewart, AIM trustee and director of partnerships at Art UK. I live locally. I was so excited to see on Midlands today, some time ago now, the launch of the project with Salmon Academy. I think, you know, we are all as heritage professionals, we're all very aware that arts are cut in schools, music in schools. My son is in a state school, 1,200 children. They have one music teacher. It's the 10 maths teachers, one music teachers, 3 art teachers, so not quite as bad for art. I think, you know, getting the next generation, being able to encourage and being able to allow them to experience the joy of making music is so important. And I really am interested to hear, I suppose, going forwards, how you leverage that experiment, what the long-term evaluation looks like, how you develop that into a piece of advocacy going forwards.
Yes, great question. And what we've done, because we take that responsibility very seriously, actually, that the school is essentially a pilot study for something that could roll out in new ways to other kinds of partnerships. We're working very closely with Birmingham City University with, I think now 4 different PhD studies that are looking at the impact of the school over time. It will take us some time because essentially we want to let the current year 7 progress through their entire school career. But we are recording everything. We've got systems of monitoring progress. I'm starting to work quite collegiately with 2 other organisations, the Orchestra of the Age of Enlightenment in London, which has made itself resident in a state secondary school, and also Saffron Hall, which is a wonderful professional concert hall based on a state school campus. So the 3 of us together, which 3 different models of a partnership between a sort of orchestral institution and a school, just to properly evidence the impact of having music at the heart of a state institution. So we'll see, and we're also working hard together to advocate for how tax breaks might help donations that go to arts and education projects and all of that sort of stuff. So it's pretty nascent for us because we're still in the first year of the school, but that is a huge side of it that we're working on. So stand by for what we share over the coming years. Thank you. So yes, thank you everyone. It's been lovely to be here this morning. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to Emma for a fascinating presentation. I think it's really helpful to hear from somebody who is from outside the museum heritage bubble with a bit of a different perspective. And do check out the City of Birmingham Symphony Orchestra programme because it sounds great. So we have a tea break now, so we've got half an hour afterwards, 11:15 breakouts. So if you would like to hear from Stourbridge about 10 years of community action, please come back here to the main hall. For commerce and community with Braintree, Learning Space 1, past the reception area, Transforming Chawton House, Learning Space 2, also past the reception area, and to hear about our new turnaround and closure guidance coming out soon. The breakout space across the way outside there. So thank you very much. Have a nice tea break.
Right.
you're so well behaved. On time and everything. Welcome to this breakout session. I'm Liz Powell, I'm one of the trustees of AIMS. Lovely to have you here and those of us who are joining us online as well. What do I have to do before we can start our breakout session, everyone? Thank the sponsors, of course. And the reason we thank the sponsors every single time is because we could not do this conference without them. So unless you know these sponsors by absolute heart, please memorize them now. We'd like to thank our conference sponsor, who is Bloomberg Connects. Very good. Our host sponsor, where are we? Black Country Living Museum, and if you get these two, you get a bingo prize of some sort. Our gold sponsors, which are and Hayes Parsons Insurance Brokers. Thank you to all of them for making this conference possible. We'd also like to encourage you, please go and speak to everybody in the expo. Unless you have got a treat off every single stall, you're not doing it right. It's really important that you go and support them. We need them to come and support us. And also, it says here, our great source of advice and guidance. If you are tweeting, please use the hashtag AIMConference 2024. So on to the main business. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce to you Alexander and Lynn, who are from Stourbridge, make sure I get this right, Stourbridge Glass Museum. Alexander has an MA in Heritage Management from the University of Birmingham. He took up the position at Stourbridge Glass Museum in October 2022 and grew up locally. I'd like to know if you ever went there as a child. Are you one of those success stories? He is passionate about environmentalism and is working towards pursuing net zero at the museum through solar panels and changing to the museum's fit out. It's lovely to have you with us. And Lynn undertakes much of the background work that oils the cogs of the British Glass Foundation, having propelled the development of the museum through each of its milestones. What a brilliant phrase. Oils the cogs, does the hard work. She is a former councillor and in 2015 was awarded an MBE for services to the community of Warheath. They are going to be leading us in a session about how the new museum sprang from and led to the revitalisation of Stourbridge's cultural landscape. You are both very, very welcome. Can you give them a ward round of applause? Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Hi. Just so you don't get us confused, my name is Lynn Boleyn and I am Secretary to the Trustees of the British Glass Foundation. And that's the charity that runs Stourbridge Glass Museum. And this is my colleague, Alexander Gudger, who is the Museum Director. I will be telling you a bit of history of how and why Stourbridge Glass Museum came into being. And then Alexander will take up the story of what we are doing now and our exciting plans for the future. So by way of background, in 2009, Dudley Council announced it was going to close Broadfield House Glass Museum in Kingswinford. As you can imagine, there was local, national and international outcry at the news, as the museum housed some of the finest holdings of British and international glass in the world, including the cameo glass, for which Stourbridge is famous for. The museum was in the middle of a housing estate with glass displays on 3 floors, but with no lift, meaning people with mobility issues could only view the displays on the ground floor. The charity, the British Glass Foundation, known as the BGF, was formally established in 2010 with just 5 trustees, headed up by Graham Knowles and myself as secretary, to find a new home for the world-renowned glass collections. A priority was gaining public support and the support of the local media to keep everyone informed of our plans and our progress, and for members of the public to also have their say, as the trustees always said that the museum would be the people's museum. The charity was fortunate to be gifted the old Stuart Crystal Glass Works, which was a derelict, almost burnt out site in High Street, Wordsley, by Complex Development Projects, or CDP, who were the owners and developers of the whole site, which included residential houses and apartments, and of course, the derelict Grade 2 listed building. The BGF formed an excellent relationship with the main director of CDP, Ian Harrapin, who is now in the process of passing over the freehold of the museum site to the BGF. This iconic site on the main road opposite Red House Glascone and in the heart of the Stourbridge Glass Quarter was the perfect site for the new Glass Museum. The old Stuart Crystal sign was saved from the skip by our resident glass artist and trustee, Alistair Malcolm, and after some conservation work now hangs in our reception area at the museum. A reminder that this building was once the Stuart Glassworks factory where many local people worked. It was a very long process to raise funds for the building work, but with the help of CDP and Dudley Council, £2.4 million of European funding was granted by ERDF in 2014. Demolition work began in February 2015, and the site was transformed in 2016 from an eyesore in the community into the world-class museum you see today. Dudley Council eventually closed Broadfield House Glass Museum in 2015, with all the glass being put into storage. Broadfield House has now been converted into residential apartments. So we then had a wonderful new building, but of course, nothing in it, apart from the hot glass studio, as Alistair had relocated his working hot shop from Broadfield House to the new museum in 2016. The charity then had to raise funds for the internal fit out of the museum, including the glass display cabinets and the move of the glass objects from storage into the new museum. This funding was raised mainly from National Lottery Heritage Fund of just over £1 million, and the charity raised match funding of around £248,000 from other trusts and foundations with the help of our fundraising consultant, Jackie Watson. Various fundraising events were held, such as the world's longest glassmaking demonstration and celebrity doodles organised by Alistair. Doodles were done by Frankie Valli, Tony Hadley, Lenny Henry, Steve Bull, Dave Hill, Robert Plant, and many other celebrities, which were then made into unique glass objects by various glass artists for the charity fundraising auction at Fieldings in Stourbridge, which raised over £10,800. Pictures and videos are on the BGF website showing all the doodles and the finished glassy artworks. The internal fit out was completed in 2022, and after many setbacks, including Brexit and of course COVID, the museum finally opened in April 2022 with a formal opening by His Royal Highness the Duke of Gloucester a year later on the 19th of April 2023. So we are now just over 2 years old, the new kids on the block. Alexander was appointed museum director in October 2022, and he is supported by 3 part-time staff, including myself. Harrison Davis is our curator. Karina Field is our events and education coordinator, and Moemi Madigan, who was born in Japan, is our volunteer coordinator. The museum and the various events are run with the help of our wonderful team of around 60 volunteers. A further £78,000 was raised very recently for the external landscaping at the front of the museum, which included the light-up cone, known affectionately locally as the Dalek. And we are currently in the process of fundraising to improve the car park, which is in a very poor condition, where the existing soakaway has collapsed, resulting in flooding every time it rains, and the tarmac is very uneven. So if any of you out there know of any organisations who might be willing to help us with this funding, then please let me or Alexander know. Thank you. So in the early days, against all odds, the difficulties and the frustrations they faced, and people saying, "You'll never do it," the trustees of the British Glass Foundation, under the leadership of Graham Knowles, have given a new home to the world-renowned Stourbridge Glass Collection, securing its legacy for generations to come. If they had not persevered over those 12 long years, the collections may well have remained in storage, never to see the light of day again. The trustees should rightly be very proud of what they have achieved, turning a derelict building into something everyone can be proud of. This has certainly been history in the making, with our 400-year history of glassmaking in Stourbridge now being protected and preserved for future generations. However, this is certainly not the end, but the beginning of many exciting plans we have now and for the future, which Alexander will tell you more about now.
Yeah, I'll never get away with hiding behind the lectern. Yeah, in answer to your question, I did go as a kid, and in fact, I'm from Birmingham. My primary school went every year. We went in year 3, year 4, year 5, so the school loved it. And I'm going in a couple of weeks to the 60s weekend with my parents as well. So yeah, it was, I think this museum and Think Tank in Birmingham, those were the 2 museums that really inspired me. Because when you're an adult and you walk around the Black Country Living Museum, it's amazing. But when you're about that big, it's another world, and you don't really understand it as a child. And everyone's an actor, so great. And it's great to be here. I've got some free tickets, so you're still here by the end. So who's been to Stourbridge Glass Museum? Yeah, okay. About 7 people, that's good. That's more than I was expecting. So we've been open 2 years. We're an independent trust. We've got 2 floors of exhibitions. Much of our historic glass is on loan from Dudley Council, and they've got it stored at Himley Hall, just across the road from where the Crooked House was. The council's been collecting glass for a century to reflect the historic glass in the area. Downstairs, as you can see, we've got the 400-year history of decorative glass. We've got all types of decorative glassware and vases, and many of which were made in some of the 20 glass factories in Stourbridge. So we're in a historic glass factory. This was a former Stuart Works factory. Upstairs, we've got contemporary glass sculpture. This is Chris Day, one of our trustees, with his piece. And we've got Stourbridge glass is world famous. We're right on the canal side. And from the 20 glass factories and glass cones that towered over the skylines, there's only one complete left in Stourbridge, and it's the Red House glass cone. So that's just across the road from us. Yeah, there's 2 glass museums right next to each other. So the Red House is an ancient scheduled monument. It's unique. It's the only one of its kind. There's a shop visitor center, exhibitions. There's little retail units for the artists there. And that's how close we are. There's just the main road that separates us and a canal. So we've got they've got the Red House cone there, and we did have our own cone, but it was demolished on the site in 1979. So that's why we've got the light installation there to represent where the cone once was. There's also the Ruskin Centre just a mile away, which has got a lovely cafe in another former glass factory. So collectively together, we're the Glass Quarter. Who knows, okay, who from outside of the West Midlands knows what this is? What is it? It's a Black Country flag, great. So we're in the Black Country. Do you know what it represents? Does anyone know what it represents? Yes, so you got right in the middle there is one of the historic cones for Stourbridge. So we are on the site of right on the center of where the flag is. And this is our mission statement, if I've got the right slide. To establish, in fact, a student did this design from University of Wolverhampton's glass course. Very nice. This is our mission statement: to establish an award-winning museum at the heart of Stourbridge Glass Quarter with world-class displays. Come and see for yourself. To display, conserve, and extend the Stourbridge Glass collection, and there's more than 10,000 pieces, as I've said, in the collection. It's incredibly extensive. We've collected more than 1,000 additional objects since the museum opened. And we want to be the beacon of excellence for Stourbridge. We're currently the #1 visitor attraction in the area, according to TripAdvisor. We've got a variety of events. We've got the big International Festival of Glass coming 23rd to the 26th of August. It's a free festival. Music, pyrotechnics, food, and all of the museums in Stourbridge and in the wider area are involved in that one as well. So if you can make it for that, amazing. Has anyone seen Blown Away on Netflix? Yeah. So Blown Away is a little bit like British Bake Off, but for glass blown. So we've got one of our artists in residence. We've got 6 artists in residence. One of them is Madeline Hughes from Blown Away Series 2. So if you want to get an idea of what it's like to go to a glass demo, watch Blown Away on Netflix. Or come to the museum, that'd be easy, wouldn't it? We want to move, so we've got 10,000 pieces in our collection. And I'm glad Bruinzeels are here just now because I want to talk to them. And I'd like a store like at Beamish where you can just walk in and you can see everything on open display, like at the Museum of Making. You can just, an entire floor just dedicated to an open collection store. That's what we'd like to achieve. So we've got 10,000 strong collection in an off-site store, and we want it publicly accessible. We've also got underground tunnels. So this is a visualization of how it could look if we get the funding to do AR, VR, holographs, all the buzzwords in the tunnels. So the underground tunnels, we're right next to the canal side, and the tunnels connect the museum to the canal side. Underneath the glass cone hosted 8 furnaces, and they would be glass blown 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The fires never went out. For that, they needed a constant supply of coal into the furnace, and we run tours of the space under the ground, and we want to expand into this multi-sensory experience. So we do a walking tour of the historic canal side. This is our Crystal Mile walking tour, which explores the historic buildings and the local points of interest in the area. We've got our tunnel tours, very atmospheric, very spooky. Also haunted, very convenient for selling tickets, very haunted. We've had some paranormal investigators into the museum who also confirmed that it's haunted. Big shout out to the Ghost for supporting our ticket sales for the tunnels. We do walking tours of the canal side, and this is the one that everyone is interested in, the wine tasting events. So this is really perfect for what we do. We're a museum of glass. We've got decorative glassware, but also glass sculpture. And what are glasses for? They're for drinking out of, so they generate good income. They engage people with the objects, and audiences that they're not necessarily interested in seeing the glass in the case, but if you put wine in it and give them some cheese and then talk about the glass, they're interested. And I usually ask at the start, has anyone been to the museum before? And most people have never been to the museum, so they've heard about a wine event in the area and they're in the museum for that purpose. Great. It just turns out people love drinking alcohol. That's the conclusion for that one. We also run various artist workshops for children and families, like this printmaking workshop. And you can try your hand at glass blowing as well. And we've got glass fusion courses, and they're closing the glass courses all over the country. So we try and inspire people to develop an interest in glass making and keep the techniques alive. Because some of the techniques that we've got on display, they can't make them anymore, and our glass artists say there's no one alive that can make these techniques. We also do our best to encourage TripAdvisor reviews. If you visit us, give us a good review. It only took, so when I started, I think there was 8 reviews and we were 8th, and it took 150 good reviews for us to go to number 1. It's not that many really, just a lot of coercion and friendly people and good customer service. So we're number 1 in Stourbridge, and we've managed to slide up the rankings for the West Midlands too. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about the audits, because the audits have been amazing for us. We've just opened. So one of the first things I did, we had 5 audits. It's easy to say that you need help with your energy bills, you need more disabled parking spaces, you want more families in the museum, or you want a new exhibition. But it's much better from a fundraising point of view to get someone else to say that you need those things. So and these audits set out what kind of spending's required, what items we need, what suitable grant applications there are. So the first one, we've got 1200 degree furnace in a museum. We've got flamethrowers in use. So the first one we did was a health and safety audit. We did an accessibility audit with Direct Access Consultancy, and we're desperate for a new car park. Our car park's always over capacity, and it's starting to reflect in customer feedback now. The audit outlined that we're failing to provide adequate disabled parking spaces, and from that we can continue fundraising for a new car park on the grounds that we want to create a more accessible car park. We want more EV charging ports. And on the back of this audit, we received a hearing loop as well, which is great. And the big one was our energy management audit as well, which was funded by Museum Development Midlands. And this has been an absolute game changer for us. We were crushed by the energy crisis. You can imagine 1200 degree furnaces running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's expensive. We paid out 50,000 more than the year before. And for us, that's a lot. So as a result, the report recommended new solar panels, air source heating, radiator replacements, and it stated the payback time as well. So within 4 years, the investment pays for itself. So we received funding from Museum Development Midlands for the report, and then we fed that report into an Arts Council England application, and we were successful. So that's a project that we'll be moving forward with before winter, hopefully. And the last one was Kids in Museums report as well. Very extensive report, very helpful. We put that report into a local trust because when you think glass museum, when I worked at the Transport Museum, it was easy to market to children. But when you say, let's go to the Glass Museum, you think, should I take my dog? Should I take my kids to the Glass Museum? Yes. So we're trying to push that through in our marketing, in our activities, and offer more for children as well. So we do have digital interactives. We're trying to create more physical interactives as well. And we've got a family-friendly area. The Crooked House. I like to say I was the last person to go for a pint at the Crooked House, but then it makes me sound suspicious. So I stopped saying it. But I went just before it was mysteriously burnt down. But they've been ordered to build it back now, so be interesting to see if it's in the same space. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention about the other report, the Dracon Heritage report that outlined some of the issues with our lack of collection store. We don't have a collection store on site, so we've got to do that 30-minute round trip. And from that, we're hoping to get electronic roller rack in store so that we can move it 10 meters instead of 10 miles. So our January exhibition will be about the Black Country, the Crooked House, and about local heritage. And one of our artists in residence created, there was a period where any bit of art related to the Crooked House was getting national press. Everyone just wanted to see, everyone internationally wanted to hear pieces, wanted to read stories about the Crooked House, but nobody went when it was there. except for me. And that was one of the pieces that the artist created. So he got national press for that. So that was a nice story. And you can see that in the museum just now. And this is where we are. And I noticed that on the back of the program, there's a convenient map that highlights where we are geographically. So thanks, AIM, for promoting where we are. So we're open every day except for Monday during the summer. It's normally $7.50 a ticket, but because you've tolerated us for half an hour, everybody gets a free ticket. Thanks. I'm just going to, before you start, I'm just going to give 2 rows of tickets. Can everyone just distribute them amongst themselves?
Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander, and both of you. That was really, really interesting. We've talked quite a bit, Alexander, in the past about your museum, and I can't wait to come, so I'll have that free ticket. So I'm Rhiannon Hiles, and I'm the Chief Exec at Beamish. That was really interesting hearing about your work. I'm quite interested in the collaborative partnership working for that quarter that you've talked about, and you've got problems with car parking. How do you work together, and is there a way that you work collaboratively so that you work together on that funding for your car park, maybe? I'm just interested in that.
Yeah, so we work together for the International Festival of Glass. So it's an Arts Council funded project. It's a £200,000 massive free festival for the Glass Quarter, and everyone's involved. The Red House Cone, the Ruskin Centre, ourselves, General Office Gallery, everyone in Stourbridge. So we collaborate for that exhibition. Not quite as bad as Birmingham, but Dudley Council is going through some rough times at the moment. And while we're an independent trust, across the road at the Red House Glass Cone, they're a council museum, so they've got a recruitment freeze at the moment. Their events and activities coordinator, she stepped down just before the recruitment freeze, so they weren't able to fulfill the post. So they're struggling just now. And they've just spent the last 18 months renovating the cone as well. So they're launching tours inside of the cone for the International Festival of Glass on the 23rd of August. But yeah, they and us have both talked about partnership grants for car parking, because there's not great public transport in the area generally. So everyone uses our car park as a freebie, and the museum is partly residential, the complex, partly residential, partly businesses, which is a source of our income, and the museum, and just anyone that feels like they can use the car park. So we'd like to have a bit more control over that. You want to add anything?
Yes. Sometimes he's a lot taller than me.
Sorry.
Yeah, sometimes when we come to work in the morning, the car park is absolutely full and the museum's not even open. And you think, well, where have all these cars come from? And people who go for a walk along the canal towpath tend to park there as well. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, it's in a very poor state, and it's very uneven, so not very safe to walk on, especially at night when it's pitch black. So we do want to sort of refurbish the car park and perhaps get some lighting there, CCTV. Barriers is a possibility as well, to ensure that visitors to the Glass Museum or Red House Glass Cone park there, and no one else. Because it is difficult when people arrive at the museum and they can't park. And it's really the only thing that we do get complaints about, the state of the car park and not being able to park. So if we can get funding to do that, it'll be better for all the visitors to the museums.
It's so hard to get. Who's got funding for a car park before? Anyone? No one. There you go. It's hard, isn't it?
Am I okay to go next? Thank you. So my name's Hannah from Black Country Living Museum, also from Stourbridge. So thank you for advocating for Stourbridge's history. Although I have absolutely no excuse for having never been to you before, because I can literally walk to you from my house. So you sort of answered my question a little bit already, so I'm going to add an extra one in if that's okay. First of all, I just wanted to understand from you, do you find it challenging sort of where you are in relation to Stourbridge Town Centre? Because it's obviously not sort of, you won't get as much natural footfall as you might be if you're in a town. And then I'm interested to know what sort of other things are you doing to entice families and children? Because as you touched on earlier, a museum full of breakable things and small children obviously isn't a natural partnership. So I'm just interested to know what other initiatives you've got for that.
So there we go. Sorry. Yeah, so the 16-inch, so I got rid of my car recently, so I'm well tuned with public transport in Stourbridge. It's not great. The Stourbridge Town, if you don't know about Stourbridge Town train station, it's amazing. It's the smallest, it's probably the size of a minibus. It's so small, and it's the shortest train line in Europe as well, so people go just for the experience. So you can get to Stourbridge, and then you get the tiny train to Stourbridge Town, and then it's right next to the bus stop, the number 16 bus stop. But yeah, we're not the most centrally located, and we promoted in Birmingham gets huge footfall at Christmas time for its shopping and huge shopping centres and everything else. And we promoted in the Birmingham city maps, but people just weren't coming from Birmingham to our museum in December anyway, based on our surveys. And what was the other question? Sorry, it was about, oh yeah, for the family-friendly offer. So we do Kids Go Free all the way through April and all the way through October. We've talked about doing Kids Go Free all the way through the year, but the problem is with schools, then it's as soon as you have Kids Go Free, a teacher comes with 60 kids, and then they want you to do a free guided tour for an hour, and then it just doesn't work. So we just have to do it in the school holiday periods for that one. We got some funding from AIM. In fact, they gave us some funding to do some free children's glassmaking workshops. And the Council Museum across the road, Red House Glasgow, and they do quite a lot of weekend events for children as well. They work really well with primary schools. So it's together, we offer enough to, because we know families are struggling, so we do try our best.
Thanks, Matt. Really great to see the progress, because we met a few years ago, I think, when you just started. As you know, work in the Black Country, and to my embarrassment, I have also not been to the Glass Museum, but now got a ticket. I just want to acknowledge the work that you guys are doing about deaf audiences, and the fact that you're doing a BSL tour. From the conversations that I've heard about that, it is not easy. So I just wanted to congratulate you on that. And I've posted a link on Twitter as well about that, because it's so hard to kind of build capacity and encourage new audiences. So that's all. I haven't got a question. I just wanted to say well done.
Thanks. We did a BSL class as well for all of our staff and volunteers, and that was interesting. It's such a hard language to learn. It really is.
Hi, I'm Sam from Wolves Museum. We're interested in the walking tours that you said. I just want to say as well that the work you're doing, it looks amazing. So well done for all that you've done. We're looking at trying to take the museum out of the museum, kind of the same way as your walking tours are. What sort of barriers, obstacles, problems did you sort of foresee, obviously with various like health and safety, organization, uptake, that sort of thing, as we have a sort of similar idea for a walking route of Wolverhampton, for all the sort of important past pitches, places of importance with players, etc. But just trying to get off the ground with all those sort of leaps and bounds you have to go before it starts. Just wondered if you had any sort of advice for us at all.
You want to take that one?
Is this working? Oh, yes, it is. Our walking tours are really popular and they always sell out. We have to limit the numbers for safety reasons, really, and so that people can hear the guide talking about the various places. And so we use voice enhancers as well. And it's just a case, really, I think, of doing risk assessments, especially as we do walking tours along the canal. You know, don't fall in the canal, please. And the weather also has an impact sometimes if you've arranged a tour, because with our Great British weather, we never know if it's going to rain or shine. So again, if you're walking down by the canal, it can be quite slippy. So I think it's just being aware of what could go wrong and doing everything that you can to make sure that people are as safe as possible, and you're showing them really interesting sites and telling them about the history of the sites and, you know, different places they can see in the area.
We've got two volunteers that go on the tours. One carries the first aid kits, and we've just got new high-vis jackets with our branding on, and I think they were £4 each from eBay. So it's not expensive to get all the kits. So somebody goes with the first aid kit. We've got the voice enhancer. We've got the high-vis jackets, and we limit the numbers to about 15, because anything more than that, don't go too close to the roads. Too many tours, and the roads are so busy, but as soon as you're close to the road, it's so annoying. Even if you can hear, you listening to the whooshing of cars, so at any point, not close to the road. And we don't have the problem in where we are now in Stourbridge, but when I worked in Nantwich in Cheshire, it had the highest concentration of pubs anywhere in Cheshire, and people would turn up to the tours absolutely legless for the ghost tours. And we had to say, please don't come on the tours on every bit of branding if you've had anything to drink. Because the first tour that we did, it was a group of 9 nurses, and one of them fell, and she didn't put her hands in front of her head, and she hit her head off the pavement, and it was gruesome. Unfortunately, they were all nurses, so they dealt with it. But it was an interesting start. And it turns out all the ghosts are located around the pubs, it turns out. So
Hi, Jasmine Allen from the Stained Glass Museum, and for many years from a distance kind of watched this grow and been receiving your emails, Lynn, for years. So yeah, often with a bit of envy actually, because the Stained Glass Museum is looking for a home for its exquisite collection, a permanent home like you've got, and you've developed a new museum really against the grain in these times. And I wanted to just interrogate a bit more the business model and the sustainability plan, because obviously with part of the development of the museum, you alluded to the income coming from residences and businesses that are part of that building. But where does the visitor income fit in that? And could you give us a bit more insight into the business model?
yeah, so our biggest source of income is rental income, which is about 100,000, and that more or less covers the staff salaries, although not entirely. And income and admissions. Still at the moment, we haven't finished spending the initial National Lottery Heritage grant application. We had an extension because of COVID, and then we had another extension because of the energy crisis. I mean, well, 1 month we opened the post and it was a £10,000 bill for energy, and it's just one of those where you think, oh God, what do you do next? We've got the fund. We haven't yet launched the membership scheme yet, but we've got funding for CRM system and e-commerce and all that kind of stuff, so we can tap into that. And we've been all of the staff are fundraisers, and we've got a fundraiser as well. So the fundraising ethos in the organization is amazing. Everyone gets it, and everyone is a good fundraiser. And for that, it works. Two years, so up until the end, it's a weird annual accounts, because one year you've got £1 million going through, but of course it's not a normal year because you've got the bulk of the national lottery spend. So we've only just getting to the point where you can compare year to year admissions and events to see that actually we are growing. So it's been a bit of an interesting start. We've got no data to compare it to. We've got the initial projections that were in the national lottery application, and then we've got the actuals now. And of course, it was COVID. We launched just at the end of COVID as well, so it wasn't a normal time.
Can we give an enormous thank you to our two speakers, please?
Anybody who is coming in, if you could just do so quietly, that would be great, so we can kind of kick on. Hello, everybody, and good afternoon, and welcome to the Advocacy in Times of Change panel. I think there's going to be a really interesting and timely discussion, given the general election is obviously now less than 3 weeks away, which I know we're all really excited for. My name is Mike Hicks. I'm not on the board, but I'm currently Director of Client Services in a public affairs agency based in Westminster. And my job basically is spending time with my clients and organizations, advising them how best to handle their relationships with government and parliament. And, you know, prior to that role, I spent 10 years in the civil service working with Lisa at DCMS. I spent 4 years directly advising ministers on cultural and creative industries policy. So it's nice to see some familiar faces here this afternoon. So I think this is obviously going to be a really interesting panel, and there's going to be lots of brilliant insight coming from our brilliant panelists who will introduce themselves shortly. But I'm going to be slightly selfish and just offer my own piece of insight, 2 pieces of insight before we kind of on to the experts about museums and cultural advocacy. So I think the first piece of insight I'd like to kind of give you all is that the best advocacy campaigns I've ever seen, you know, in government and out of government, have kind of left party politics at the door. And I know that's really difficult, and I know that's really uncomfortable to do a lot of the time. And, you know, we've all felt frustrations with all sorts of administrations. But focusing on government systems and government processes and relationships within government is how you get results. And that is the advice I always give to my clients. And, you know, they keep coming back. So, you know, hopefully I'm doing something right. So that is kind of what I think we should be focusing on today around advocacy, is kind of talking about how we can kind of influence government systems and processes. Secondly, I think it's really worth noting that cultural policy does kind of cut across lots of different government departments. You know, when I was at DCMS, we had lots of conversations with the FCDO, the Foreign and Commonwealth and Development Office, because they cared about soft power. You know, we spent a lot of time talking to the Department of Health and Social Care because they care about social prescribing. And we spent a lot of time talking to the Department for Business and Trade, as it is now. I can't remember what it was back then. You'll forgive me for that. Because, you know, they wanted to talk about exports. So any kind of advocacy campaign to central government shouldn't just be focused on DCMS and the Treasury. You know, that's not to save my former colleagues a lot of hassle, but that's how you get results, is by kind of creating that coalition within government of support for your own objectives. So before we get into the panel properly, I'd just like to say just a couple more things. Thank you, Lisa, for inviting me here today. It's a real honor. I really appreciate it. And thank you to Andrew and the Black Country Living Museum, who have hosted us today and yesterday, and they've done a brilliant job. I love this museum very much. I've been here plenty of times. And for me, actually, it's quite nice to be here. I'm chasing a minister around the site. So that's, you know, I can really enjoy it here. So why don't we start off with some introductions and kind of just our panelists, you know, primary thoughts on advocacy in this change. So Andrew, why don't we start with you, and then we can kind of work down the panel.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yeah, I was surprised there wasn't a minister on your coattails as you came in today. I suppose so. I'm Andrew Lover, and the chair of AIM, and obviously the chief executive of this museum. I would say, I think in terms of AIM, and I also am the deputy chair of the organisation that Susie leads, which is the National Museums Directors Council. And I see both those roles actually primarily in terms of advocacy. I also chair the West Midlands Tourism and Hospitality Board, so a role appointed by our regional mayor. And again, although it offers support to that industry, again, I see it as advocacy, actually, mainly. In terms of my kind of main take on it, I absolutely see even if I didn't have those outside advocacy appointments, I would see this as absolutely part of your day job and not separate to it. And I think I would say it, and I say that because I think it's an enormously part of leadership of an organization, actually. And I would just, finally say that I think your personality matters in this respect, and your people skills matter in this respect. And I certainly try and come from a perspective of trying to build a rapport with whoever I'm talking to. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Andrew. So moving on.
Thanks, everyone. So I'm Lucy Castlett. I'm the Chief Executive of Museums Galleries Scotland. So we are the national development body for the sector in Scotland. That's a sector of about 450 museums, more than half of which are independent. And we are slightly different to the other national bodies in that we're an independent charity, and that's why I'm allowed to be on the stage today. So we are, however, co-funded by the Scottish Government. So one of the things for us for our advocacy is keeping those relationships strong, but also not, you want to make the case really strongly on behalf of the sector, but not bite the hand that feeds you. So these are things that we all have to navigate when we're thinking about our advocacy positions. So one of the things we're explicitly charged with doing for the Scottish Government is to provide what they call a helicopter view of what is happening in the sector, what are the great things they want to be shouting about, and also what are the challenges, so that they are aware of all of those things. So it is a primary function that we have as an organization. But we don't run any museums. So I think the thing that's really important is to say this is everybody's job. As says, it's really important that we all think about what our advocacy role is. We totally rely on the information that you provide to be able to do the advocacy. So when Lisa's saying she's got a survey coming out, please answer the surveys, because the national organizations can only really make that case on your behalf if you give them the information. And I think it's information, but it's also stories. And for me, a lot of the most powerful advocacy that happens is about that where you can make that connection with the decision makers. And when I'm saying it's everyone's job, I think the great thing about that is you are all expert storytellers, and that's what museums do. So really to think about how you manage to communicate that in a landscape where it's incredibly busy of people saying, we need help, we need money. So trying to make that really specific and find those connection points. And I think that's enough to start with.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm sure that's a theme we'll probably come back to later in the sessions. How do you kind of join the dots between, the stories that you're telling and the money that you get for that, I suppose. Hannah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Hannah Fox, and I'm the Executive Director at the Bowes Museum. I've been there for 2 years now. Prior to that, I was leading the redevelopment of the Museum of Making in Derby. And I think in both of those situations, a really central part of that is about transformation and leading transformation. And advocacy is completely critical to that. It's a real central tenet. I listened to the author Margaret Heffernan in a piece a couple of years ago, and I've referenced this before. She's talking about the fact that we can't predict more than 300 days in the future. We know that that is the reality. So we're living in these really uncertain times. So when we're in uncertain times, those relationships that we have carry us through those moments and carry us through those times. So building and maintaining mutually beneficial relationships with our audiences, our stakeholders, our funders is critical to that, and definitely a central part of my role, because they're the ones that will then get what we're about, making sure we're telling them what we're about, what we're trying to do, and they will cheerlead us. And I think that reciprocity is also really important. So as well as them cheerleading us, how are we cheerleading them and advocating for them? So that mutually beneficial, not transactional, which I think sometimes we often fall into, is a transactional type of relationship with funders and stakeholders and others and partners, but really thinking about that as mutually beneficial. So in Derby, and I guess now at the Bowes as well, my measure of success as to whether that advocacy is working well is when I meet new people and they start sharing back to me what we're doing and how excited they are about what we're doing. And I think that for me is where the moment where people will no longer say, oh, the Bowes Museum, it's a hidden gem. It's a hidden gem. I think that will be my measure of success is advocacy working for us.
Lovely. Lisa?
Yeah, hi. So I'm Lisa from AIM. probably most of you saw me earlier, apart from the ones who had a lie-in. So I've been at AIM now for, it was actually 3 years on the 1st of June, so just a little bit over 3 years. And as Mark mentioned, prior to that, I was at DCMS department for, well, now it's the department just for culture, media and sport, had digital in there for part of it. I was there for 5 years as head of museums policy and worked on such the greatest hits, such as the Mendoza Review. I created the Museum Estate and Development Fund and was one of the policy leads on Cultural Recovery Fund, designing the repayable bit that nobody liked. So quite a few things there, and joined AIM really, I think, partly because of that advocacy background, and AIM was an incredibly important organisation during COVID. I know because I was the DCMS policy advisor that they were talking to. It was Emma and Andrew at the time, and so I've been brought in, I think, to continue that. And I think what's been really important to my approach, having come from DCMS, is working with and across other sector bodies to be able to speak to government and to funding bodies and to partners and stakeholders with one voice, because that makes it much easier to be heard because it's a much louder voice. So being able to have consistent messages, consistent asks, while also bringing forward what is important and special about independent museums. So getting that balance of, these are the general messages of the sector, but this is what is important for independent museums. And we really think, might come on to this, but we really think about the business environment. And don't know where Colin is, but business rates have been a big part of my life, for instance, for the last few years. And on that happy note, I will hand the mic to Susie.
Well, congratulations on your 3 years at AIM. I don't know what the anniversary is, but maybe somebody could tell me at the end what gift somebody should get you for your third anniversary. Susie, do you want to kind of give us a bit about yourself as well?
Yep, hi, I'm Susie Tucker. I'm Head of Strategy and Communications at the NMDC, the National Museum Directors Council. We've got 48 members, which includes all of the national museums across 4 nations, as well as regional museums, which were the original major partner museums funded by the Arts Council. We've also got associate members, which are the national collections that are non-museums, so Kew Gardens, British Library, for example. So NMDC's kind of USP really is that we're a membership group for the directors of both national and non-national museums. We work very closely with other sector bodies, so we work very closely with AIM, and Andrew's mentioned is our deputy chair, with the University Museums Group, with the Civic Museums Group. I think the fact that we're UK-wide as well is quite significant, and certainly something that our members from all 4 nations really appreciate, having a forum to talk to each other. NMDC's main purpose, reason for being, is advocacy. So to advocate on behalf of our members, and on the things that they're interested in, which nearly always is obviously funding, but also policy. And I think for NMDC, one of the strengths is the fact that because we have those national museums in our membership, that they have direct links with government. They're funded predominantly DCMS, but also have really good links with other government departments. So that means that we have a sort of a line of communication with government that perhaps some other sector bodies don't have, and that's come in really handy on some of the things already mentioned. So museums and galleries tax relief, for example, the development of that, working on business rates, the MEND fund. During the pandemic, we worked very closely with DCMS on reopening guidance for museums. So I sort of see it as we utilise some of the power and the influence that national museums have on behalf of the whole sector. So at the moment, we necessarily try and focus on issues that apply across our whole membership. And at the moment, we've been very focused on local authority museums and civic museums, understanding that the real difficult times that they're suffering at the moment. But as an example of what I sort of see NMDC can do, we held an event in Parliament last month, and that was sponsored by Ed Vaizey, because he's a trustee of Tate, so that was very easy, something for us to organise, but then made the event about regional museums, regional collections, to engage parliamentarians with the fact that there's brilliant stuff all across the country in our collections, but it's at risk, and it needs investment and policy support. So that's the sort of thing that NMDC does. I think I'll stop there because I think lots of other things will come up hopefully. in the
Great.
discussion.
So that's everybody. So we've got maybe 20 minutes for kind of like a panel discussion between ourselves, and we'll kind of open up to the audience. So start thinking about your questions now. We'll be happy to take as many as we possibly can. So, you know, I mentioned at the beginning that the elections, you know, now 3 weeks away. The polls are kind of pretty obvious that there's probably going to be a new administration. So, you know, Lisa, maybe you want to start with this, but I mean, what do you think those first few weeks of a new administration kind of means for you as a sector representative?
Yeah, so it will be pretty busy, we think, which July usually isn't really. So we will be getting ready for that in AIM to be busy over the summer. So what usually happens when a new culture minister, a new Secretary of State for Culture is appointed, and parties have obviously been thinking about their election plans, and I think we can expect a new cabinet and probably new junior ministers to be in place quite quickly. And usually in the first kind of 24 to 48 hours, a new minister at DCMS is taken to a national museum, a sponsored museum. And so that is the first thing that they can see, really. And a lot of ministers come into the culture brief, shall we say, without necessarily a pre-existing interest in the subject. May not be the case this time, but a lot of the time they come in and they're right, Minister, this is what you need to understand in your first kind of 24 hours. And it's a national museum. So for us at AIM, we will be looking at those opportunities to go, there's also all these other museums that you should also know about and you should also think about. So we will usually write a letter to new ministers and say, you know, welcome to your post, congratulations. We are AIM, this is what we do. These are our members and our part of the sector, and this is why it's really, really important that you think about them as well. What we have done quite recently is offered to bring new ministers to a member of ours that is in their constituency. And that is that kind of opportunity, hopefully, for them to think about visiting an independent as well as a national, and getting that sense of it. And then we will just be looking over the summer into conference season in September, and then probably into a comprehensive spending review, which is when a government basically says, right, what are we spending on everything and what would we like to be spending on everything? Very, very wide ranging, very in depth. We will want to be going, we think that will happen in probably autumn, and we will want to go, you should spend money on this stuff. And again, we will work across the sector with other sector bodies, with sector funders and arm's length bodies on that. So yeah, it would be about getting our key messages and repeating them in the kind of tell them what you're going to tell them what you've told them message, and making sure that independent museums are in that conversation as well as the sponsored museums. No offense, Susie.
Well, you know, I used to love reshuffles as an official. It was the most exciting time of the year, and it literally was a yearly occurrence for a lot of the time that I was in government. So, I mean, panel, please do chip in if you've got any further thoughts to that. And Andrew looks like he's about to chime in. Andrew.
Yeah, I think also I would just say that whilst ministers do come and go, actually the relationship, therefore, with the officials is terribly important. And so, you know, Gemma Brough has been here, I think Deputy Director for Museums at DCMS. I think Lucian Smith was also here. I can just see him top left. He's also here from DCMS. And therefore those and other relationships with the officials and is terribly important, because actually they do know about the wide spectrum of museums, that it's much, much more than the nationals. You know, it really is the case. I mean, we've had political change here in the West Midlands. You know, Andy Street, a Conservative mayor for 7 years, I think I'm right in saying that. And you know, and I would say, and it's probably no surprise to anybody in this room, that I had a very close and good working relationship with Andy Street. professionally speaking, I'm trying to say here. And I've had to now build a new relationship with the new mayor, Richard Parker. And that takes time, and you've got to build confidence and rapport, but we did it straight away. And now I can't stop him texting me, but
That's very typical of you, Andrew, to kind of get in there straight away. And you know, the official point, you know, making your relationships with officials is hugely important. And you know, I'm happy to talk to anybody about that and how best to do that. You know, perhaps not in front of a panel. Hannah.
Yeah, I think as someone, so hearing it from a kind of sector body leadership element is really critical. But from people that are leading museums, it's understanding and knowing what those key messages are so that we can be advocating for those messages in our place and in our relationships. So, for example, the English Civic Museums Network has worked a lot on thinking about what those key messages are for ministers, and then what are those asks that we have. We attended the parliamentary event with NMDC. We make sure that we're informed about that so that we can be on message and that those new ministers are hearing it from multiple people, but the same things that are consistent about that. And it's not that we're going, what do I need for the Bowes Museum? Because that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about what does the sector need? And if we can promote and develop that, then the benefits will come to us in time.
And that's absolutely right. And Lucy, obviously, you know, in Scotland is a slightly different picture. So perhaps you're kind of sat here with a helicopter view, kind of looking to learn lessons for Scotland's elections.
Yeah, so because the devolution settlement sets that all culture decisions are devolved, there's actually very little in terms of decision making that the Westminster government can do in relation to culture that has any impact at all for us. So it's a slightly abstract election for us in that sense, because even if, you know, if the Westminster government were to put a lot more money into museums, the consequentials of that would come to the Scottish government do not have to be spent on culture. So it's a very different position for us, I suppose. And I think that the important point maybe is that advocacy isn't something you do because it's an election. Advocacy is a long game, and it's about, as you say, the building of those relationships. So for us, the timeline is 2026, fixed term parliaments. So that's our timeline in terms of a next election in Scotland. But the building of those relationships is absolutely the fundamental day-to-day stuff that we need to do, because if you can build those relationships where people understand you, they understand the messages, they understand, you build up that trust. And I think for individual museums, that investment in time and in your local decision makers in whichever parliament or local government or wherever they are, is time that's really, really well invested. So if you've got something to celebrate with them. If you've got events coming up, or if it's, you know, it's apprenticeship week or something and you have an apprentice, you bring your parliamentarians or your local government people in to give them that opportunity to celebrate that with you. And it's a win-win in those things. So advocacy is not something that you just do for an election. I suppose that's my key point, but yeah.
Yeah, I think there's two clear themes kind of coming up already, which is consistency and longevity kind of in advocacy efforts. I think the thing that I'm kind of looking forward to really is I think I read the other day that there's going to be 400 new MPs, which is, you know, difficult for anybody who works in my job to kind of figure out who everybody is and kind of remember what they all look like. But, you know, with 400 new MPs, you're probably all going to have to start thinking about what messages do we sell to them. So, you know, what do you think the key sector messages should be to all these new MPs? And, you know, they will be going on to form the government for the next 5 or 10 years. What do you think the key messages are? Susie, do you want to kick off and then we can move down?
I was just going to respond on the last point to agree with what people have said, and that certainly from an NMDC point of view, working really hard on getting those relationships with politicians, and also, you know, the MPs have obviously changed massively, but we do a lot of engagement with members of the House of Lords, for example, which obviously won't change. And there's a lot of very high profile and vocal supporters of museums in the House of Lords. We did our parliamentary event in May, which was before the election was announced. So we shall be swiftly organising another one for new MPs. But I think, as Lucy said as well, it's really crucial to not only be going to people when you want something, when you need funding, and I think that works at a macro and a micro level, you know, an individual museum level. And one of the things that we've tried to do is give opportunities for our members and museums in general to engage their MPs using stuff that we organise as a kind of hook. On the messaging, I think it's probably fair to say that as a sector, certainly I think from the outside, we don't look like we're massively joined up on what our messaging and our asks are, and I think that there's some work to do on that. We've been quite focused. We were talking to parties pre-election, but really focused on the incoming government, and recognizing that they're going to have a huge long list of things to tackle, priorities that will be higher than our sector. So I think one of the key things is a united front across museums, but also across a wider culture and creative industries sector. So, for example, we speak to Creative UK, which used to be the Creative Industries Federation. Quite a lot of what they talk about often feels a bit tangential to what museums are doing and what publicly funded cultural organisations are doing. But from a politician's perspective and an external perspective, that is the body that represents all of us. So it's sort of better to be, you know, inside the tent, as it were, even if it's not always completely relevant to what you your own priorities.
Absolutely, and kind of looking down the panel, key messages for new MPs and new administration. Hannah.
Sure, I can share the English Civic Museums Network, 3 key messages, so you can all advocate for that. But they've done a lot of work in thinking about that, working with people with experience of lobbying and considering what those things that will be heard best and land best with politicians. And the 3 things they've got is underpinning the critical role that museums and culture play in the country. So in education, particularly focused on young people, children and young people, helping children and young people be the best they can be, pathways to lifelong learning, etc. In place, so this public spaces that improve vibrancy and promote a sense of national identity, pride and joy, and in economic growth. So regenerating our high streets, our places, attracting people and businesses to our towns and cities and areas. So those sort of 3 things as like, this is what we're here for. But also then, in order to do that, because we want to help you do that as politicians, because those are your missions, surely, we've got some asks, and those are really critical asks in this moment. I think it's about being brave about some of those asks too. So end that further cuts to civic museums, 10% emergency uplift. The Cultural Recovery Fund was really key to us. So like, what could we do that enables that to kind of come back? And for the government to work with us to look at what our options are for different funding models and sustainable options going forwards, because this is not sustainable the way that it's currently working.
Andrew, did
yeah, I suppose I echo what Hannah had said, but when we have politicians here, I'm talking to them. We try not to separate out museums from life, and try and tell the story that they're enmeshed in everything that we do. And I think you can go down a bit of a rabbit hole if you try and articulate the particular specialness of museums, which seems apart from life. Try and weave it into the whole of life, and not separate. So, you know, about all those things Hannah's just said about health and social cohesion and well-being and pride in place and all those things, and therefore relevant to people's lives in the most fundamental way, that it's not a bolt-on, it's not separate, it's part of life. And I think that would be one of my messages to you about that. Try not to go down a rabbit hole of kind of standing around the flag of just the specialness of museums, that they're part of life.
very profound, Andrew. Lucy?
Yeah, no, I would totally agree with all of that. I was going to make 2 points. One is just an illustration of what that point about trying to come up with a shared message is really powerful if it can be done, and it's really hard. But just to illustrate what something, an experience we had in the run up to the last Scottish Government election, was that the culture bodies came together to make an ask collectively, which was based on a kind of review of how culture is funded across Europe, but also across the 4 nations, to find that actually that in Scotland, the amount of the Scottish budget that was going to culture was low in comparison to almost everybody. So there was one single ask, which was a penny for culture. And that actually cut through in the sense that we were doing that work pre-manifestos, and that ended up in manifestos saying we will commit to 1 penny of every pound going to culture. We haven't seen that yet, but you know, but it was in the manifesto, and so that the work that we did in advance of that was and coming together, because the difficulty that you have in the situation where everyone is under so much pressure is different. There's so many different voices, and we have that, you know, in Scotland, the arts sector, the historical arts, everyone's making, so trying to come around something that's really simple and is a single ask has more opportunity than getting through. The other thing I think we need to somehow get across, and this is something that we slightly struggle with, is to get across the fact that the risk is real. Because we've been saying for so long, there's going to be this catastrophic loss, there's going to be this huge change in the sector, and yet we keep managing. We keep making do with less and less, and still managing to deliver so much. There's almost a complacency that actually, when we say it's a bit like crying wolf, saying you're going to start to see museums closing across, and thankfully, because support has come in, particularly through COVID, that hasn't been the reality. But I think we need to somehow get across that we are really facing that in the right way.
Yeah, and just to take it back to Lisa's first point about, you know, getting the minister out on that first visit, you know, I won't name them, but I've been with government ministers who kind of, you know, didn't really get it until they went to one of those big museums and they thought, right, got it, and that kind of set them off on the right foot, you know, for their career. I'm just conscious of time a little bit, so, you know, I've just got one more question really before we kind of turn over to the audience. You know, I've been watching the debates, I'm sure we all have, and we've all been thrilled by them, but, you know, I don't think culture's come up yet once. You know, I know Labour mentioned it in their manifesto. You know, it's probably not in there as much as we'd all like it to be in there, but, you know, it matters to people. And, you know, we can see local campaigns when a museum's going to close down, or, you know, there's a threat to funding, or whatever it is. You know, it really does get the community kind of animated and excited and kind of, you know, ready to kind of make change and influence, you know, those government ministers and stuff. So how do you think, you know, we kind of harness that energy for the, you know, the love of a local asset and kind of turn that into its own kind of lobbying vehicle, I suppose, for government? I don't know who wants to start with that. I mean, that's quite a tough question, I suppose, but Lisa?
Shall I start? What a great question. It's almost like somebody wrote it, so I could
Yeah.
talk about my pet
Well
theory.
read, though.
Yeah, so what I am thinking at the moment, and some of you may have seen my tweet about this when the election was announced, is that I think we don't see government care as much about culture as we know people care about culture. And when I left TCMS, and I've been there for about 5 years, I think I had 5 secretaries of state and about 7 or 8 arts ministers. It's seen as this kind of junior position. They go in, they get a bit of experience, they don't necessarily have that knowledge or interest and passion, and then they go off and do something else. It's seen as quite a junior cabinet position. And I think it's because they don't see the votes in it. They don't actually see that love. We did the piece of research on emotional connections to museums, which is it was with Art Fund. It's available on the AIM website. Elliot, who did that research, is in the audience today, and some of you may have gone to Catherine and Emily's session on it yesterday, and that is really important to me. And it came out of, we only see that love when a museum is about to close or is under threat, and people go, no, but you mustn't, because that's our museum and we love it. And the politicians go, oh, do you? We didn't really know that. And yet it's trying for me to get that love across to the politicians. And this is a perfect time for you to be saying to your audiences, to your visitors, you know, when those prospective MPs come out and they knock on the door, get people to say to them, our museum is really important to us, our arts are really important to us, arts, education, culture, all of that, you know, get them to say, this is important to us, and we are going to vote in some respect on the basis of whether you are going to support this. Because, you know, a lot of politicians, they are very political. I was trying to think of a better way to say that. I was like, no, that's just is what it is. You know, they are thinking, what is going to get me votes? And if they don't think culture will get them votes, then they're not going to care about it. So I will get off my soapbox now.
Susie, any thoughts?
Yeah, I was just going to say, some of you might have seen that we commissioned a YouGov survey with Art Fund, which was partly for the parliamentary event that I mentioned. And I confess that I was, partly because there is very few stats, there's not been any recent kind of survey of public attitudes to museums, and we were hoping that it would be quite good. We sort of thought, you know, people love museums, but we were really amazed with the findings of it, and also crucially that the public overwhelmingly think that museums should be funded from the public purse. So we specifically asked about museums in general and about local museums, and for both questions, 3/4 of people think that museums should get at least half of their funding from government, local or regional, local or national government. So that we do have that evidence. We know that that's true. How you translate that is more tricky. I think the other thing I'd point to is that we NMDC ran the secretariat for an APPG, an all-party parliamentary group on museums, which actually was in abeyance before the election anyway. We might revamp it hopefully later in the year. But when we launched that, we immediately got over 70 parliamentarians signed up across all parties, and that's really high. Some all-party groups have sort of 5 or 10 members. The challenge then was that shows there's huge support for museums. How do you translate that into, kind of campaign ask? And that is the hard bit. But we know that the support is there, and we should absolutely capitalise on that.
I've set up an APPG. I know that's hard. So 70 is huge. So well done. Just conscious of time, and I do want to take as many questions as possible from the audience. So quick few more points from the final three, and then we can.
Tiny point, 2 things. I think we do need to always push back strongly against the tag that's often put at the minister that it's the Ministry of Fun. In culture, I think we should push back strongly on that. And I think also we need, we heard from Emma this morning about changing an art form to be more relevant to people. And I do think we need to be seen to be able to help ourselves more and change and respond. And I think that would hit home with ministers as well.
Thank you. Yep.
Just wanted to quickly say that think about who can say it with you, who can say it for you, who can say it better than you. I was absolutely taken yesterday by the brilliant keynote that started us off yesterday. That film created by Queer Britain of the impact that was having was so much more eloquent than I think any one of us as museum people could.
Well, I starred in that film. So yeah, absolutely. Hannah, final thought before we open up to the audience.
Sure. I've been in the Northeast for a couple of years now, and it's been really interesting to land in a place leading a museum that has been much loved, but almost despite itself. So I think relevancy and making sure that we are aligning our purpose clearly and articulating that purpose clearly to our ambitions has been really important. So we've really worked on that and understood what that needs to be for us. So we now articulate our mission as a future thinking museum of artists, designers and makers, and through a spirit of generosity and collaboration, we will support and uplift the Northeast. And then our key business aims also include supporting our region's ambitions. And we go out and we tell that, we share that with the people that need to hear that from us. It leads the way we're thinking about our aims and objectives as an organization and the decisions we're making about the programs that we're doing. It means that I come to this, I meet Rhiannon, we have, good talks and discussions about what are we doing together to achieve that collective mission. And it also means that we can sort of, I think, be seen and heard out and about, to use what we were hearing from Emma this morning, be out and about, be seen and heard, sharing that ambition and saying how we're helping that region achieve those aims, and definitely modeling that up as a collective is really important for us.
Lovely. Okay, so audience Q&A, we've got the first one here. So I think there is a roving mic somewhere. So
There are mics.
oh, we've all got the mic, so patience, please. So we've got the gentleman in the grey shirt here, and then the gentleman with glasses on the same row, I think.
Hello there. Firstly, thank you very much. That was really interesting. I was really keen to come to this session because I'm quite interested in how museums, arts and politics blend together from some of my fire trailblazing days in university. I just went a very quick reflection and a question. You said about 400 MPs will be new. Just to put it in context, I worked out that's 2/3 of the House. Sinn Féin don't take their seats, so it'll be about that. But my main question now was everything you were saying was obviously practical and how you work with it all makes sense. I just suppose I'm thinking that there is politicians being who they are and museum people being who they are, there is a lot of potential to have huge disagreements. And so, for example, Oliver Dowden's, what he said about the statues in Bristol. So I think this is quite an important question to know. It's all well and good what you said earlier, but how would you deal with incoming new politicians that might not really agree with your mission at all, or think that museums shouldn't be doing what you're doing, because obviously there are some people that don't understand it, go against a bit of the activist side of museums? Thank you.
So I suppose the question there is, how do you kind of manage a politician who perhaps doesn't necessarily agree with your sector's aims and organization objectives? You know, I might just offer a thought on that just quickly. And I think Andrew mentioned the point earlier that if you start working with officials before you kind of get to that point where you are engaging with Oliver Dowden, it will be a lot easier for you. And hopefully, Lisa, that's kind of reflecting your experience in DCMS as well. You know, there's different ways of working with officials, and I think the key thing that I would always just say about it is just invite them to events, invite them to where you are, and just show them around as well, because they don't often get to do that, because I think there is this perception that as civil servants are not allowed to kind of come out and see you. You know, it was always my objective when I was at DCMS to kind of go out there and see as many people as I possibly could and speak to as many people as I possibly could. So don't be afraid of kind of going and do that, because that will make it a lot easier to kind of handle those political stakeholders who perhaps aren't, you know, so well aligned with your own organization. Any other thoughts on that, or can we go on to the next question? Let's go on to the next question. Sorry, Andrew.
Well, yeah. Sorry, yeah, Stuart from the Cromwell Museum. You talked about how we advocate with new politicians and so on, and it does look like it's going to be a racing certainty that it's going to be a Labour government in a few weeks' time. I, last night, because I'm sad and tragic, actually read the Labour manifesto. We merit a grand total of one sentence, which basically talks about encouraging national museums to lend to regional museums. That's it. Do we have any other further intelligence? Because obviously they are going to come in, however much we want to advocate, they will come in with their own agenda somewhere in this. This has presumably been factored in over the last few years of thinking. Do we have any intelligence so far what that agenda is going to be? Just thinking back to the last time Labour in power, obviously at that time, the Blair government were very keen on museums as driving education and the education agenda. Do we know what it's going to be this time round, particularly given the financial constraints which they keep talking about?
Who wants to take that one? Lisa?
Yeah, so the manifestos have been a little bit thin on cultural commitments, and I think that comes back to some of what I was saying earlier about the priority that is put on culture within government and how we might try and change that. There was, I think, a speech a couple of months ago by Sir Keir Starmer, which was a bit more detailed and perhaps a bit more nuanced about what Labour's cultural plans may be. So I think what we would be doing from AIM when the manifestos are, well, here's a line. We will go back and look at what else has been said and think, okay, what else might we know about their thinking or their directions? And the Labour Party has been engaging quite a lot with the sector in different ways over the last few months. So it's about looking at other things that have been said, kind of getting that wish list of asks together and being able to go to a new administration, a new government with some of those proactively. And yeah, it's just finding the information where we can, I think, but it comes back to that. The relationships have to start early and you have to try and build them up and not just go, well, now you're here, so this is what we'll do.
Sorry, Andrew, I cut you off before. But...
No, it's all right. I'm used to doing that. Well, I think we can still expect an even maybe a more root and branch review of the Arts Council. I think that's something that's going to happen. I think also there's recognition of the plight of local authorities, particularly those that are dealing with social care, and there's a real financial need for that, and which if they're willing to address local authority issues, that should help, I think, with museum sector issues. So I think you could see those as hidden away as well.
Susie?
yeah, I was just going to add to look at the Labour culture plan, which has a bit more detail. And I think actually the manifestos is a quite a good example of being careful what you wish for, in that we always really want to be included in manifestos, but you know, it might not be in a way that we would ideally like. And I think that actually, if you look at Labour's kind of 5 or is it 6 points now, actually museums can deliver across all of those. So I think there's an awful lot of things that we can show how our sector delivers on what Labour's priorities are, which is really important for advocacy, not just us saying how amazing we are, but also us saying how we will help them do what they want to do in government.
Any other questions? Lady at the back there, and then gentleman in the fourth row here.
Hi, Jenny Cousins, Food Museum. Andrew touched on this just a little bit, but I wanted to ask a question about how we, as a sector, address the local strategic piece at national level. And the context for my question is that for us, Suffolk County Council has just ended a 60-year funding relationship by cutting all core funding to culture. But also the museum team is part of public health, and it's part of a very mixed bag of odds and ends roles, which also includes suicide prevention. So it does sort of feel a little bit undercooked. We've seen libraries and archives protected through these cuts because they're statutory services. So how do we get inside this tent?
Hannah? Lisa? Anybody want it? That's a tough question.
A really quick
Go on,
response
Susie.
to that is that I don't think that libraries have been particularly protected by being statutory. So actually, there's been massive cuts across statutory sectors as well. And I think actually in some ways it's amazing that the museum sector has survived as well as it has through austerity and without being statutory. So I think there's a lot of discussion as to whether we would want to be pushing for that for museums or not, whether it's worth it. And I'm not convinced that it would be myself.
Any other thoughts from the panel?
Yeah, so I have some thoughts on this, which may be a bit more controversial. So as you say, libraries are statutory, museums are not. There have been conversations or sort of noises, I think, over probably decades. Well, museums should be statutory, and then we would get money. I don't think that's true. I don't think it's something that's going to happen. Andrew mentioned social care, which as long as that enormous pressure is there on council budgets, it's not going to be on the cards for museums to become statutory as well. And possibly unpopular answer is we need to look at where the funding is, which is kind of Arts Council, National Lottery Heritage Fund, other public funders. We need to look across at potential other funders. So for instance, National Lottery Community Fund, health budgets, justice budgets, all of that, and look at what money is there and how it's being used, because it's really nice to kind of sit in a room and go, well, if we got another 5 million or 50 million or 100 million, here's how we would spend it. But in the absence of that, we need to think really, really hard about whether the money that is there is doing the right things.
Just conscious of time, Hannah, did you want to come in on?
Yeah, I think I was just going to absolutely agree with what you're saying there. I think we're in a point where all bets are off, to be honest. And so I think that radical rethink and a collective radical rethink about how we are funded and where we draw our money from and how we develop and think about a sustainable future is in our gift to really explore. And I think there's something about that solution focused approach that I think is maybe where we need to move into. I think we do have a bit of a reputation as having a deficit mindset and continually kind of going, we're so poor, we have no money. And I get it because we haven't, but we're not getting heard because of that. So actually shifting that mindset into an abundant solution focused mindset, which is like, actually, we want to solve this. Let's look together at how we can do this. Let's work on this collectively and propose some solutions. And some of them are going to be radical solutions. That's where we're at. I think that's going to open a lot more doors.
And you had a very small,
tiny
tiny
point. I think
to
one
add.
of the ways to get in the tent, Jenny, is for people in this room to get involved with organizations that aren't necessarily about museums. So I sit on the board of the Growth Company for the West Midlands. It's all about jobs, investment, tourism. There's a museum voice in there. And there's, you know, I'm involved with Regeneration in Dudley. So I encourage people in this room to kind of step up to those civic duties and get involved with organizations that aren't really anything ostensibly to do with culture and museums.
It was a good point. Good point. So I think we've probably got time for maybe just two really short, pithy questions. So we've got one here, and then there's a lady just here as well. So
Sam Astle, Southwest Heritage Trust. What can we learn from other sectors regarding successful advocacy?
good question. I mean, who wants to take that one on?
Be able to tell a really strong business story. You know, I think we underestimate the leadership requirement for being able to do that in a really pithy, strong way, and considering your audience all the time. Consider your audience.
Lovely. I think we had a question just here. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhiannon Hiles, Chief Exec at Beamish. And I really wanted to sort of echo what Hannah was saying and what Susie has said in terms of we need to collectively get together and stop talking about how are we going to do it. We need to actually have that voice. We need to do it now, and knowing how to do that through the work that we do through NMDC and having that roundtable discussion has to begin now, not wait to see what's going to happen. I think your point, the bets are off. I think they are, and we just need to crack on with it. And there's so many other things which museums bring. Andrew's point just now that we need to think about what we have in terms of what our offer is. Our offer is about EDI. It's about all those other elements which are the strong priorities that our government incoming will want us. It might not know it yet, but we are the ones who can provide that. And so rather than wonder how it's going to happen and when, we have to now say, what is the action? We did some work on that last week with NMDC, but I think we need to all understand what that means so that we can have that action. Otherwise it'll be too late.
Brilliant. I think that's a really good point. You know, I don't know if anyone's got any reflections on that or.
Yeah, I think Rhiannon has actually just answered this gentleman's question in a way, because I think what we need to do is can stop saying we want to do this thing and we want to do that thing. Can we have the support? Can we have the money? And go to decision makers with a message of you want to do these things and this is how we're going to help you do it. And I think that is how other sectors manage to get a sort of better hearing, perhaps. So yeah, thanks for that, Rhiannon. Good point.
Probably one last question here at the front. And
Sam Mullins, past AIM Chair. It's been really helpful debate this morning. I wonder whether we shouldn't turn the culture away from the deficit culture to actually talking much more consistently about what makes this sector work, why it has been resilient and successful for the last 20 or 30 years. It's in AIM's story. It's in it. There are then the question is about which gaps does that leave, which we need, legislation or legal changes or charity reform or very sort of specific interventions like the MEND Fund, for example, where we know capital is difficult for building. So perhaps kind of just turn this kind of on its head away from oh, isn't it all dreadful, to we're a huge success and we can contribute very much in the way that Andrew was talking about to all these other agendas around placemaking and social diversity. And I think perhaps that's a much more positive message. That's where that's where successful advocacy lies.
Totally agree. And I think we're probably just bang on time. So thank you everybody for coming to this panel today. I think there's been three themes come through, which is consistency of messaging and making sure that whenever you do get in a room with an official or a minister, you're not just asking for yourself, but you're asking for everybody else in this room. And I think the other themes probably around positivity. You guys have all got brilliant stories to tell, and it shouldn't always be we're really struggling. It should be, we've got really good solutions to all the problems in your constituency. Why don't we have a go on that? And I think the third one is longevity. I mean, the point earlier that Scotland's elections are in 2026, and you're already thinking about that already. Just because the election's happening in 3 weeks doesn't mean there won't be another one in November, which is a terrifying thought, I know. But But, you know, it's
No.
just, you've always got to be thinking that the goals are always moving. You've always just got to be, you know, keeping an eye on it and just making sure that you don't ever take your eye off the ball, because, you know, once you're out of the room, it's a lot harder to get back into it. So thank you, everybody, for listening. And I think we're on for another session at 1 o'clock. So we'll do a quick handover and yeah, see you later. Thanks for coming out.
This is the session just before lunch. As ever, I just want to thank all the sponsors of this conference. So the main conference sponsor is Bloomberg Connects. You heard from them earlier today. We're very pleased to continue to be the host sponsor. Gold sponsors being Minerva, Hayes Parsons Insurance. And do support the expo, won't you, as well, in the halls round by the lunch. And keep tweeting or posting on whatever your favored social channel is. Hashtag is hashtag AIM Conference 2024. So we're going to talk about something that's been happening here at the museum, and that's support for the menopause, for people affected by the menopause in the museum, quite a new departure for us. And I've got 4 colleagues here, and they're each going to introduce themselves, I think, coming up to the microphone. And I suppose I would just like them to reflect on what their role has been in offering this support, and maybe also think about what the motivation was for you personally to want to get involved. And then we'll leave a little bit of time at the end for questions from the floor, because as with all AIM sessions, they are very much about sharing best practice. And I know many of you will want to take away the framework that we've developed and think about it for your own organization. Just that, however you.
Thank you. Hi, well, welcome. I hope you're all enjoying your time at our wonderful museum. Thank you, Andrew. That's fantastic. My name is Suki Baden, and I'm Head of People and Culture here at the Black Country Living Museum. Myself and my colleagues who are sitting in front of me here will take the next 15 to 20 minutes just to share our menopause journey with you. We all know you've got lunch waiting. I think I've just seen somebody bring lunch in as well. So we'll try not to eat into your lunch space. You will all be familiar with the celebrity and the media drive with regards to menopause and to increase its awareness of its impact. This media drive contributed to the then government taking notice and appointing a government menopause employment champion, a lady called Helen Tomlinson. In this role, Helen devised a 4-point menopause plan to encourage employers to bring menopause conversations to the top table, particularly in light of the lack of gender diversity at board level. Only 19% of boards have a female chair. One of the 4 points of Helen's plan is and was that larger employers in their sector share, advocate across their sector the importance of a menopause supportive place of work. So we asked Lisa and her team if we could support other museum colleagues by sharing our experience and indeed our journey of making the Black Country Living Museum a menopause considerate place to visit, work and volunteer. So this is why I and my colleagues are standing in front of you today. And we learned a lot during our journey, and we hope that you will benefit from our experience. Our first realization was that we had very little understanding of menopause, despite some of us actually going through it. And one of the first questions we asked ourselves was, why now? Why is menopause an issue now? It's always been around. Menopause has been a common issue for forever. So why is there such a fuss about it now for employers? But for us here at the museum, the answer became simple. It was to retain and attract our top talent. We learned that those that identify as women, aged 50 to 64, are the fastest growing demographic in the workplace. 53% of our colleagues here at the museum identify as women. And whilst the average age of menopause is 51, the symptoms of perimenopause start much earlier and can massively impact on an individual's ability to do their job and contribute positively at work. And the symptoms, all 46 of them at the last count, can significantly impact confidence, resilience, general health, and working relationships. The hot flushes, many of you will know, I think I'm having one now. Research also suggests that with serious menopause symptoms, they can cost an employer an average of 32 weeks of leave from work, with 1 in 6 women aged 40 to 60 reporting that they have considered leaving their employer due to a lack of menopause support. A recent study by ACAS said 8 out of 10 employers lacked any menopause support within their workplace. So having a support mechanism in place is critical to retaining and supporting those going through this unavoidable life experience and who have a wealth of expertise and experience to offer. So for us at the museum, it was actually a no-brainer. So for these reasons, we felt it was important that there was a high-profile, highly relevant issue for us to address. And it's also highly relevant to our equality, diversity, and inclusion agenda. And one of the first things we did was to establish a working group to support this project. Some of my colleagues on the working group are sitting here in front of you and that they will introduce themselves. But establishing a working group proved to be a top move because, gosh, we learned a lot. And actually, it was really good fun working on a project where we were all learning together. So some of the outputs from the group, so just click on my screen. So I should have said this earlier. This is what we're going to cover in a moment. Some of the outputs from the group you'll see on the menopause tree on the screen at the moment. We're not going to go into those into detail, but just to give you some summary highlights. I think we've eliminated the taboo of menopause and all the language around it at the museum. We've created a culture where these conversations are normalized. We've created a policy, and that is the scaffolding of everything we do around menopause. Our commitment, direction, and responsibilities are embedded within it, and we're happy to share that with anyone that may find that helpful as you go into your own journey. We did a lot of work on training, particularly with our people managers, so they had the right skills to support and handle discussions on menopause. And for many of our managers, particularly those that identified as male, this was actually a liberating experience, and it took away a lot of fear. For our wider staff, we did a lot around education, opening up conversations, what menopause is, what's its impact, not just on those going through menopause, but those living with menopause, or living with people going through menopause, or working with people who are going through menopause. And you'll hear more about the impact of that from my colleagues in a moment. We also wanted to focus on some of the risks around menopausal discussions. So we did a lot of education around discriminatory banter, around time of the month, and comments of a similar ilk. We did a complete review of our facilities and considerations around uniforms, all our policies, all our communications. We established a whole menu of tools and resources so that managers have something to refer back to and colleagues have something to refer back to. And lots more, far too much to go into, but some simple stuff like just ensuring instructions for managers when people are invited for interview are sympathetic to menopause, i.e. ventilated rooms, water, simple things, but important. And finally, what we also focused on what menopause isn't. We addressed that menopause is not about giving preferable treatment to women. And it's not an excuse for poor work. Instead, it was for us at the museum catching up, like many other employers, of being inclusive and understanding and supportive, so that the quality of work and contribution of those going through menopause at this critical life event is not compromised. I'm going to hand over to Izzy. Thank you, Izzy.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Great. Hello, I'm Izzy. I'm public programme producer. here at the museum. I think I met some of you yesterday and maybe some of you a bit later on the tour. So hello again. I'm going to be talking about the scope of the menopause and actually who it does impact, whether that's directly or indirectly. So typically when we started off on this journey, I'm not loud enough, very loud person, sorry. When we started off on this journey, we had the same sort of similar assumption, I guess, where you think of menopause and you make the assumption that that's talking about women who are in their late 40s to early 50s. And whilst that is true, and that is a large group of people who will live through the menopause, we knew that those weren't the only people. And in order to produce training and guidance and a policy, we needed to be considerate, compassionate, and inclusive. And we wanted to make sure that we were covering everybody who might be impacted by the menopause, which, believe it or not, in some respects is everyone in this room and everyone further out of this room as well. So I'll talk about that a bit more. The first port of call really was us looking at the composition of our group itself. We did have conversations in the early days of whether the group should only consist of people who will live through the menopause. And we thought that that was the wrong approach because, as I say, it's an issue that impacts all of us, whether that's living with someone who's experiencing the menopause, whether it's going through it ourselves, or for me, it was a journey of this is something I will go through. So I wanted to learn more. And so you can see with my colleagues today, we kind of represent different facets of the museum, different departments, different responsibilities, but also different lived experience of our backgrounds, cultural heritage, etc. So that's looking at the sort of key considerations and the scope. The next group we kind of looked at was thinking about health and illness and how on the one hand you might have younger women who experience the menopause at an earlier age. That can be to do with health conditions like endometriosis. Statistically, 1 in 100 women will experience the menopause before the age of 40. So we knew that when we were talking about the menopause, we wanted to broaden who we were talking about. There is currently a lack of research to do with the menopause and how it might impact people who are already living with chronic illnesses, disabilities and health conditions. But there is evidence to suggest that there are things like chemotherapy, which can cause the menopause to start early. There are people who have new triggers as a result of experiencing the menopause. So again, when we're talking about the policy and who's impacted by this, we needed to make sure that we'd harness that knowledge that it is a much broader scope than we initially thought. That brings me on to talking about people of colour and the global majority. So for those of you that don't know, women of colour experience perimenopause and menopause at earlier stages than their white peers. They might have longer transition periods. They might experience some symptoms more acutely and for more years. And when we're talking about groups of people who have protected characteristics, it's really important we're considering the fact that not only do they might they have barriers as a result of their cultural heritage, but now they have an additional thing, which is experiencing the menopause. How do we make sure that our workplace is inclusive and sensitive to that? So we wanted to think about that with regards to our resources and making sure that people had that awareness. Again, just to reference a bit more in depth with people of colour, the research suggests that people from African Caribbean, South Asian and Southeast Asian cultural backgrounds may all experience menopause differently to white European women or people. For example, African Caribbean women experience a longer duration of the menopause transition. The next group that we also wanted to think about is so much of the data and research refers to women consistently, and that's because that's where the research and data has come from. But it isn't just women who experience the menopause. People within the LGBTQ+ community can also experience menopause. That's trans men, trans women, and non-binary people. Trans women who are undertaking hormone therapy are likely to take this for life, and they may experience menopausal-like symptoms. Trans men will experience age-related menopause if they don't undertake hormone therapy, for example. Non-binary people may also experience the menopause, and as well as that experience, we're also talking about those pre-existing barriers that exist in our society and how that might prevent somebody from feeling able to ask for support in the workplace or outside of it. And the final point on that is the gender dysphoria that can come along with experiencing the menopause if you don't identify as a woman. Finally, the more broader scope, the next level outside of that is people who might not experience the menopause at all, but still be impacted by it. That might be that you're living with a partner who's experiencing it. It might be that you're a child and you're navigating why your parent might be acting different. And the final thing that we wanted to touch on in that regards is the andropause, which I personally had never heard of before I was in this group. People often refer to it as the male menopause, but NHS England have said that is not a useful terminology. It's a similar sort of process, but it's much longer. The symptoms are far less acute, but we did want to bring that to attention as to why we weren't including it in our policy. But the main, I guess, thing that I want to get across in terms of scope is that all of us are impacted by the menopause in different ways, obviously, but also we have a responsibility as colleagues, as friends, as family members to be aware of the menopause and how we might be able to support further. I'm going to pass over to my colleague, Rory. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So my name is Rory. I will have met most of you yesterday evening. So my team, the enterprise team on the site, look after the hospitality across the museum's 31 acres. So we will have fed and watered you last night, and we'll do it the same again today. So we look after 2 chip shops, 2 pubs, 2 sweet shops, the cafe spaces, the bake shop, ice cream pop-ups, and then sort of corporate activity as well. So I'm one of 2 men that sit on the menopause working group. I have to admit, it's really taken me out of my comfort zone. It's not my specialist subject. If we were talking about 90s Britpop or contemporary politics, I'd feel far more comfortable. However, sometimes it's good to put you in a zone where you're not entirely comfortable. And I've learned a lot. So I had a basic knowledge on the subject matter before that I will have learned from family members or a little bit at school, but that's where it stopped. So I found the whole training process, the meetings, very, very interesting. And the whole experience has really helped me as a manager develop and as a leader and as an individual as well. So one of the tasks that I was sort of set with doing was reviewing our breakout spaces across that 31 acres that we're sat in today. We've got about 12 different locations where our staff can take breaks or rest. Some of those are really modern facilities, such as the Visitor Welcome Centre. Some are less so. Some of them are in, obviously, historic buildings with perhaps staff areas that were built in the 70s or the 80s. So that those facilities that we provide can be very different. Some have got really good toilets facilities where there's gender neutral toilets as well as male and female. We have a few areas with showers, and there are scattered pockets of lockers across the site. What we did realise is that there's a little bit of work to be done as well in modernising those futures. So this process has sort of helped not just with the menopause working group, but with sort of the way we treat and look after our staff as a whole. One of the other things that we've done sort of over the last 12 months within the enterprise team is updated our costume, our uniform that we provide. So some of my guys are in some of the historic buildings, so they're wearing full historical costume. Others are working in kitchens where they're sort of wearing traditional chef wear. And that uniform might not have been suitable for people about to or going through or coming out of the menopause process. So we've adapted it where we can. So providing aprons that have got pockets to keep sanitary products in, or a lighter fitting uniform for perhaps, like Suki mentioned, when people are going through hot flushes. So they're not bogged down by really tight fitting and warm uniform. It was really important that when we put our new systems in place and we spoke to our teams, that the teams were fully on board as well. And what we have found is actually the teams have led with new ideas as we've gone through this process. We launched a free sanitary product box in our staff toilets, and I've bought props. So we put a little box in all our staff toilets across the site. and we gave free sanitary products, so they were there for people who needed them when they needed them. We did come up with a little bit of resistance as we moved through this process. So on the box, it says every person deserves dignity. We found at one occasion that word person had been crossed out and woman had been written into place. So there's like a little bit of an education process that we've followed through as we've gone through. We then tried that box in our disabled toilet facilities across site with the view that we could actually provide products to visitors as well. So again, we listened to the feedback. We soon realised actually disabled toilets weren't the place to put those boxes. Actually, the product should be available to everybody across anywhere on the site. And therefore we set up a scheme called ASBAB, so prop number 2. So you might have seen these across our toilet facilities. So the idea is that if someone needs a sanitary product in an emergency situation, they can go to certain locations that are mentioned on this poster and ask for BAB. And that's been happening. Those boxes have been kept in those places. They've been emptying through, so people are using the system that we put in place. What we did find is initially we put a box of products in the toilets for the visitors, and in no time at all that box was empty. So we sort of, it's not a rationing process, but it is an emergency process. So we've refined that scheme as we've gone along, and we've listened to the feedback from our team members. So I suppose finally, I just wanted to say one thank you to Kirsty at the back of the room. Kirsty's in my team. Kirsty's supported the enterprise team in getting these posters in and launching the scheme across the site. Thank you.
I'll be quick, I promise. So I'm Kate Kirkpatrick and I'm the Corporate Sales and Development Manager here at the museum. So I'm responsible for venue hire, filming, business partnerships and corporate volunteering. I form part of the Menopause Working Group and wanted to share with you the impact and reactions that we've received from the staff following the learning sessions that we did. So firstly, the impact on our staff. Beyond online learning, which educated our staff and managers about menopause symptoms, we realised the importance of giving practical support, particularly to line managers, so that they could feel confident dealing with any members of their staff who may approach them for support. This also meant they were in a much better position then to recognise if a staff member who seemed to be struggling with symptoms of menopause, how they could sensitively go on to handle that. We gave managers role play examples. This helped to demonstrate the best way to address certain situations in an understanding manner by listening and allowing the members of staff time to talk. We also gave them the tools to confidently support their staff in a number of ways. A few examples of these were signposting members of staff to external resources, offering support via flexible working hours, considering any modifications that could be made to the area and type of work they were engaged in, or arranging, as Rory mentioned, extra uniform needs. They all left these sessions knowing that ensuring their staff felt heard, understood and supported was paramount. We received some great reactions and feedback actually to the sessions, and some of the reactions and feedback was surprising from colleagues who may have been or could be affected either directly or indirectly by menopause. So ahead of training, there had been a few rumbles of why do we need to learn about the menopause? But we found once sessions that were through, it had completely changed people's perceptions actually. Older colleagues who felt heard and understood for the first time in the workplace. There was lots of emotion as it was a topic that mattered to them and really resonated as they told story after story of when they'd struggled and felt they'd just had to hide symptoms previously. We saw younger colleagues who, as he's just mentioned, had not considered how they might be affected by it in the future. We had colleagues who'd been negatively triggered by insensitive comments around why they didn't have children yet, or when they might be having children. And most surprisingly was a session given to one of our male-dominated teams. There was definitely some nervousness around ahead of that one. But their engagement and reaction was really encouraging. They opened up and talked about their personal experiences. And we got one single guy amongst them who felt he now understood some of his more negative dating experiences with women who were typically of a menopausal age. And it gave him an understanding as to why some dates may have called plans off last minute, what his date may have been going through to cancel. He actually said, maybe it wasn't me. I mean, it might have been. So throughout, there were no dismissive comments. All sessions contained really grown-up, respectful conversation, and we were really pleased about that. And then to finish, we knew we needed to back these sessions up. So we did, with a library of places that staff can find help, support and advice. Included within that are some useful podcasts such as Dr. Louise Newson or Dr. Rangan Chatterjee, websites hotflushclub.com, henpick.net, newsonhealth.co.uk to name a few. We suggested apps such as Balance, where symptoms can be logged and tracked. And we're also identifying a number of menopause champions who all undergo enhanced learning here at the museum, and they'll be able to be called upon then to support staff as and when they're needed. Above all, we normalise the language around periods and menopause. So I think that is it, and we're free to some questions if anybody's got any.
Thank you very much. We are pressing on lunch, but has anybody got a particular question they want to put to the team on the stage? No, I mean, otherwise, Kate, Suki, Izzy and Rory, I think are around. So if you want to have a question privately, then please do that. But I hope it's encouraged you to think about and set up this kind of support in your own museum or heritage attraction. Big thank you again for Kate, Suki, Izzy and Rory. Thank you very much indeed.
And this is to hear what's happening with the piece of work that John and Stephen have kindly been doing for us to update the economic impact analysis and toolkit, which I'm sure many of you have used many times, links quite nicely to the advocacy conversation we've just had. John was coming in yesterday and he said, oh, well, I'm not sure it's the most exciting session, is it? And I said, how dare you? This is going to be the most thrilling session of the whole conference. Because I'm very excited about the updated economic impact. So I'll hand over to Stephen and John now, who I'm sure need no introduction, have just told me that they first did this session 2010 in what I think would have been the very first version of the toolkit. Yeah, so thank you very much for coming. There will be some interactivity at the end. Thanks.
Thanks, Lisa. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah, excellent. Yeah, we are going to present some emerging findings. So it's not the final results. There's not any final aggregate totals yet, but we're going to present the emerging findings from this year's refresh of the AIM Economic Impact Toolkit. As Lisa just mentioned, for those that don't know, the original toolkit was developed in 2010. And at that point was very much a very good base for providing both what we're doing again this year, which is mapping out the aggregate impact of the independent museum sector, but also developing a toolkit that individual museums can use to assess their own economic impact. I'll try and avoid any technical jargon as we go, but I have noticed on that first bullet point, I've got some, we'll talk about gross economic impact. What we did at that original point was enable museums to use the toolkit to map out their economic impact on their local economy at the gross impact level. We'll come back to what that might mean later on. We refreshed it in 2014, but it was a very light touch refresh. It updated the tourism metrics. One of the key strands of economic impact for museums, for independent museums, is about the impact of visitors, both on site at the museums and venues, but also off site in the wider local tourism economy. So 2014, we updated those metrics using Visit Britain data from the Great Britain Day Visitor Survey and other sources. We did a more detailed refresh in 2019, which reviewed the toolkit, produced more metrics about the economic impact and contribution of the independent museum sector. And the toolkit at that point got more refined. It produced or enabled you to produce gross and net economic impacts. What that enables is if you're making the case to what we might call non-cultural funders, growth fund, etc., who are looking for a clear assessment of the net additional impact, then the 2019 toolkit enabled you to do that. The refresh this year is very much to reflect the fact that we are in quite a different context to where we were in 2019, economically and socially, and therefore it's an important aspect of updating the toolkit is to refresh both the evidence that underpins it, but also to make sure the toolkit stays up to date with the wider arguments about and advocacy around economic value and other contributions that independent museums make. So this one is, say, we'll update that tourism data. The tourism methodology that underpins some of that Visit Britain survey work has refreshed itself in recent years as well. So we have to make sure we use up-to-date information because the methodology around that has changed slightly in recent years. We'll use the survey results, which I'll come on to in a second as well, to update the underpinning assumptions that sit underneath the toolkit in terms of especially around the added value that museums make to their local economy. Finally, which John will focus on in the second half, we're interested in the presentation, if we can call it that, of the toolkit. It has always been a document that you can work your way through, and we're looking at different ways and exploring different options around that that might enable you to use it in a more user-friendly way, but understanding the process is an important aspect as well. So we'll come back to that later on. As with the 2010 work, the original work, and the 29 refresh, the toolkit relies on a survey, and we've heard earlier on about surveys and how important they are, and please respond to them. We're probably guilty of quite a few of those survey requests at different points during the year. But for those that did take the time, in fact, could we have a show of hands? Who's an AIM member, but is a museum, so not an associate supplier like we are or an individual member? Hands up if you're an AIM member museum. Hand up if you responded to the survey. Give yourself a round of applause. Thank you very much. It's very, very important. The better response rate we get, the more robust the findings are. The survey this year took place April and May, trying to find a window of avoiding other surveys that are ongoing as well. We've got a good response rate. We're pleased with the response rate. Once we cleaned the data, 166 valid responses. Importantly, and in fact, it's not inflation, but that's 17%. I can actually argue it's 18% of respondents if we look at AIM members who are museums, so excluding associate suppliers and others, it's an 18% response rate overall. Importantly as well, it's got a good response rate by museum size. And I'll come on to the slides on that in a second, but if you look at it by size, we've got good representation, which is very important when we come to the aggregation, so that we're not over or underestimating some of those wider economic impacts. So it gives us the data we need to update the results, but also update the toolkit and the toolkit assumptions. See that? That's the survey results. So the AIM museum members, so excluding, as I say, those that are not museums, and categorising it by small, medium, large, and largest. For those that don't know, small's up to 20,000 visitors, medium's 20 to 50, large is 50 to 100, and largest is over 100,000 visitors. So that just gives you an idea. And looking at that, you can see that we've got a good match pretty much between the survey responses in terms of percentages and the AIM membership. So that gives us confidence that the survey is a good representation of independent museums generally, but of the different sizes of museum as well. I'll take you through some of the results, the emerging results from the survey, and highlight where they contribute and feed into some of the key advocacy messages around economic impact. Some of this links back to the admissions work that we had a session about yesterday afternoon, but importantly, it shows again broadly that the respondents to this survey match pretty well the responses to that survey as well, especially from the independent museum sector. 57% of respondents charge for admissions. The propensity as to whether they charge or not varies by size of museum, and I think it's quite clear in those results. 92% of largest museums charge for admissions, 75% of large, 62% of medium, and 52% of small. And I think that important distinction again emphasises how important it is that we get a good survey response that represents all different parts of the sector. The typical admission prices, we only asked for adult and child in this survey this year, are closely aligned to the admission research results as well. And I should mention when we get to metrics like this, we're using the median values. I'll also report some of the mean values as well, but the median values is what's important for these measures and for aggregation of these results. The one thing we asked about this time, which we didn't ask about in the admissions work last year or in previous surveys, is about the other on-site spend. So could be if there's a catering offer, a retail offer, what the average or typical on-site spend is beyond admissions. The median value for responses is £2.53. It's actually £3.50 if you take the mean, and we'll see that pattern emerging, that the average as the mean rather than the median. The median is slightly lower, but that represents the fact that we've got a large cohort of small museums within the AIM membership. Yeah. Importantly, in terms of economic impact, one of the key strands is around employment, and the survey showed that just over 61% of respondents say that they have paid employees. The likelihood of having paid staff, perhaps not surprisingly, again varies by size. All of the largest and large museums have got paid staff, the vast majority of medium, and half of small museums, which gives an indication, and I'll come on to volunteering in a second, the important and critical role of volunteers, especially for small museums. Importantly, in terms of economic impact, is that next point. More than half of respondents said that between 91 and 100% of their employees live locally. And we asked that in terms of the local authority area in which you're based. So that means more than half museums say that between 9 and 10 out of 10 employees live locally. So in terms of the contribution you make to the local economy, there's an important message there to get across. If we lower that threshold down to 71% or more of employees living locally, more than 3/4 of museums reported that. So again, a clear message, some of that economic contribution is around the employment impacts, the vast majority of which take place locally. Small museums are more likely, slightly more likely, to report a higher proportion of staff living locally than some of the larger museums. But in terms of number of staff, not surprisingly, it varies greatly between museums. The median number of staff is 6, but the mean is 21.8. And in terms of full-time equivalents, the FTE is 3.4 as a median, 14.2 as a mean. The important thing there is that when we do the analysis, we will look at that by museum type so that we're reflecting all parts of the sector in those results. 61%, as I said, reported having paid staff. 93% of respondents report having regular volunteers. So it shows the importance there, and the gap between the two shows those that are reliant on volunteers or wholly reliant on volunteers. Others will be reliant even if they have paid staff. Again, a good proportion of that volunteering comes from the local community. Almost half say it's more than 9 in 10 of their volunteers. And again, more than 3/4 on this occasion say that more than 7 out of 10 of their volunteers are from the local area. Small and medium slightly higher than average from that point of view. And the median number of regular volunteers, we asked about regular volunteering, is 32. And the median total number of volunteer days per year is heading towards 500. But the mean is far higher, reflecting the fact that some museums have a great volunteering programme. So again, in terms of economic impact, as well as the number of volunteers, the number of volunteer days, we'll put a value on that volunteering as well, so that we've got another strand of advocacy to report on. Visitors, again, shows the variety of AIM members and independent museums. Generally, the median number of visitors was around about 7,300, emphasising that small museums make up the majority of AIM members and our survey respondents. The next point emphasises about local visitors account for more than half on average, national for almost 40%, and international for just less than 10% across all museum types. But on average, small museums have got a higher proportion of local visitors. Large and largest have got a higher proportion of international visitors, and different types of visitor have different types of economic impact, and we'll reflect that in the results. So we'll see that coming through with international visitors or national domestic visitors. If they've got an overnight stay, their local economic impact is greater. So understanding your visitor profile is an important part as well. We also ask about what museums spend in a local area, or spend in total actually on goods and supplies, and how much of that is in the local area. And again, we've got median and mean values of that value of spending on goods and services, excluding staff spend. But importantly, again, for economic impact, more than half of that spend on average takes place locally. So more than half of that spend on goods and services by independent museums takes place in the local area in which you're based. Again, another key advocacy message. I don't know how visible those graphs are, but I'll talk you through them anyway. We ask, and it's quite important in terms of some of the assumptions that underpin the toolkit, how important the visitor economy is to the area in which the museums are based, and also how important the museum is to the overall visitor economy in the area, ranking it from 0 up to 4 and increasing levels of importance. So, yeah, the top one is about how important a museum is, with the most common response being not quite critically significant, but quite important. Interestingly, on these results, there isn't a variety of pattern about size of museum. There's not anything that says all large museums are only in an area, or that there isn't the same pattern that we had in some of those other results when it comes to how important a museum is to the visitor economy, or how important a visitor economy is overall. So there's no pattern by size, but what does matter here is about the more important the museum is to the visitor economy locally, the greater the attribution of economic impact you can have. And the more competition there is, the greater the visitor economy is to the local area, then that informs some of the other assumptions that will underpin the toolkit as well. So on this side of the toolkit, the next step is to take those survey results and use them as the basis on which to estimate and provide an aggregate result for the economic contribution of the independent museum sector. And as it has done in the past, it will cover those key indicators that are in italics there. So we'll report on total employment in terms of employment count, full-time equivalents, but also the proportion of staff that live locally. So showing the economic contribution that independent museums make to the local areas in which they're based. We'll look at those procurement spend impacts as well, the volunteers in terms of number of volunteers, days of volunteering per year, and also the value of that, putting a value on that using some assumed salary metrics using national living wage data. We'll look at the visitors by type, because different visitors have got different types of spend, and look at both the total spend by visitors, but importantly, the off-site spend, i.e. the spend in the local economy outside of the museum. It's a key strand, is the contribution that museums make, placemaking wise, and in the local economies. We'll capture that, and we'll aggregate all of that together to give you some high-level gross direct. So that's the direct employment, the direct jobs, the direct visitors, but also the knock-on impacts, because if people come and visit, the spend they make in local shops has a knock-on effect that goes round and round, and we'll include that with the indirect and induced economic impacts as well. So there's some emerging results. I'm going to pass on to John to let him talk you through some of the lessons and some of our thoughts about how useful the toolkit has been so far and what we might do going forward in this version of the toolkit.
Stephen. He's going to be using that in a minute. Right. Hello. Building on that, let's just, and I'm a bit cautious because I don't want to see any sandwiches go up in the air. Who's used the toolkit in the past? Hands up. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. That's good. Right. The survey, and anecdotally, we've had plenty of evidence to say that it's been well used. Lots of examples where it's helped to make the case. And the survey gave us some great additional examples, but having chats with people today and yesterday, Cromwell Museum earlier, which certainly made my day. There's plenty of examples of the toolkit being well used and valued and helping, which is great. Influencing and helping secure funding, celebrating a museum's achievements, its presence in the local economy, publicising economic benefits to a range of internal and external audiences, building on some of the things that the panel were talking today, giving sort of, well, when we first did this, and we first did this presentation in a very warm room with the sun coming through, and it was just before lunch. And one of my learning points is it's better to do this during lunch because people aren't nodding off or really trying to get to their sandwiches. But it's, I've lost my thread now. Really useful to see the way in which people can use evidence that people understand around jobs, about pounds, shillings and pence, and help add to the evidence that we create as a sector anyway. And what's also great is the toolkit, for something quite functional and perhaps, I dare say, a little dry on occasions, has some fans. Hurrah! When we put the survey out. So I thought I'd share that with you because that's positive and it's Friday afternoon. But again, it's really good to when you put this kind of work together to see that people have used it, they've used it well, and not just used it, but it's had results. It's meant that people have been able to say to decision makers, to funders, right, this is what we do. This is what we're worth in the local economy. And it's not just us saying it, but we can use this toolkit to prove it. Right. Okay. So, who's used the toolkit to generate good news stories? Wonderful. Well, next time round, you know, not only are we brilliant, but we support all these jobs in the local economy as a press release, perhaps. Who's used the toolkit for making the case, trying to influence decision makers? That's a bit better. That's good. That's much, much better. And who's used it to support funding applications? Not bad. Excellent. Excellent. Much more positive. Good. And I've forgotten the side that said time for a show of hands, and the second version of the joke, well, the sandwiches go up in the air. Okay. Hold on to your sandwiches. There you go. Right. Okay. So Stephen mentioned that we're going to start to think through how we present the toolkit, how we, you know, what we do with it. And it's Friday afternoon, so we thought we'd have a bit of fun. Makes sense? You all look a bit perplexed. A few smiles. What's he going to do next? What it means is it's time for your inputs. We want to get some stuff back from you. Okay? What have you used it for? Okay, let's do that. What have you used it for? Can you give me an example? I'm going to pick on Cromwell Museum. What have you used the toolkit for? Yep. Brilliant. Okay. I've got another one. What is the one thing that would improve the toolkit? Anybody got a thought that might work there? One thing that will improve the toolkit? Okay, good. Okay, we'll test out this fun bit now. Go back to what does Stephen think? So what we're going to do here is ask a question, and then Stephen's going to tell us whether it can actually go in the toolkit. Because there's some things from the survey that we can't accommodate. It's an economic impact toolkit, so we need to be quite clear about what we can and can't do. So let's try that one. Stephen, can we incorporate? Sorry, I forgot what you asked me. Yeah.
is it possible? Yes. Did the survey ask who had catering, who had retail? It didn't, unfortunately. So it will matter in terms of those average metrics. However, those average metrics we will use to underpin the aggregation. But when you come to use the toolkit, you'll know what your average on-site spend is beyond admissions for visitors. So what we'll provide is almost a fallback position. If you don't have the data, here's the sector average. Here's the sector average for a small or a large museum. But if you've got the data, use your data because it makes it bespoke to you. So yeah, the toolkit won't separate that out because we don't have that information, unfortunately. Yeah.
So based on that, what does Stephen think? I think it's a qualified thumbs up. We'll do the best that we can with what we've got. What was your suggestion? What does Stephen think?
I think it's possible, as in almost if we gave you the quote and you inserted your findings within that quote. So an elevator pitch of, did you know that X% of our staff live locally? So the impact of that is, or so many of our visitors are. So we could give some examples and it would enable you to, I guess, fill in the gap in terms, yeah, so we can draw out some half a dozen, say, of a typical way of presenting employment impacts, visitor impacts, that type of thing. Yes, we can do that.
Right, can we have maybe one more suggestion for the toolkit? So.
We've asked it in the survey this time, in fact, when John mentioned it. And in fact, the show of hands in the room was about representative. Those that replied to the survey, I think between a quarter and a third have used the toolkit previously and gave you some of those quotes from the survey responses. There are examples in the room of those that have used it successfully as well. So there are examples of those that have used the toolkit. We haven't in the past included in our report case study examples of individual museums, and we've left it at the aggregate level, but there are, and I think there'll be people in the room that are happy to talk through how well or how easy the toolkit was to use.
Right. We'll move on because I know time is a bit tight. Is that a qualified thumbs up to the idea of having us to do sort of an interactive, yeah, is that right? Okay, we'll maybe not do that again. Okay, so we did ask in the survey some information, some questions about what's possible. There's an appetite for updated metrics that take into account some of the challenges Stephen was talking about, post-pandemic, cost of living pressures on audiences, that kind of thing. Users do typically find the toolkit effective, straightforward and easy to use. Some would prefer an easier, user-friendly way to input data. So rather than a bit of a handbook, something that you could start to actually input numbers in, and we're thinking about that. Making the terminology as clear as possible, perhaps more detailed guidance or glossary. So if you're using terms like dead weight or displacement, you can actually articulate what that means. And making sure the underpinning logic is understood by users. If you're making the case based on the output from the toolkit, it's useful that you've got a reasonable knowledge of how this actually works and how these things are appropriate, what you can do with the information, and perhaps even what you can't do with it. So, right. We're going to build on the previous version to provide a means for you and people outside the sector. Anyone could use the toolkit. I know its AIMS toolkit is for museums. Using good practice guidance to capture their economic impact, we're going to try and make it easy to use. It is AIMS toolkit, but it can be used in a range of settings. We want to avoid a numbers in, numbers out approach because you've got to understand how it works. We are looking at an online version to support the standard toolkit, asking certain key questions and provide headline findings to museums and some of the quotes we could use as well. But it's a general toolkit, so the more bespoke and larger museums might benefit from having their own independent piece of work done too. Next steps, further analysis. I think there's going to be a demand for impact information over the next few weeks. Developing an easy to communicate infographic section in the report because, you know, we deal with words and numbers, but having graphs and that kind of stuff worked really well last time. Revised toolkit, updated geographic metrics, adaptable to a range of museum contexts and circumstances, bit of testing with museums to make sure it works, as well as we'd like, and it's understood, and looking at those online options with our colleagues at AIM. Lisa, that's the presentation. I don't know if we've got any time for questions, or we've soaked it all up.
I'm guessing that you weren't wanting to brave the rain and instead come and listen to a very good talk, which is an excellent choice. So it's my absolute pleasure to welcome you to this afternoon. And of course, I must thank our sponsors who you all know by now, Bloomberg Connects, our host sponsors, the Black Country Living Museum, and our gold sponsors, Minerva and Hayes Parson Insurance Brokers. I'm sure you've already visited the expo, but if you haven't, there's still a little bit of time to do that before the end of the conference. And make sure that you tweet using our hashtag or use your own social media platform that you like. If you haven't had time to do it during the conference, you can always do it on the train home, so that'd be nice. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Lucy today. Lucy is a consultant, curator and writer who works with museums, arts institutions, artists and community groups in the UK and internationally. Passionate about history and storytelling, she's particularly drawn to commissions that give voice to those who might otherwise remain unheard, and to projects that connect museums to communities. Lucy's going to present to us a session on how the Powell Cotton Museum collaborated with community members of African descent to update a display of problematic history artifacts. So there's probably going to be lots of rich and interesting things in her talk, and I'll hand over to Lucy now. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Just get the hang of the clicker and everything. Oh, perfect. So I'm going to start by giving you a little bit of background about the museum and the context, and then move on to talking you through the project. And hopefully, I know we're running late a little bit, leave some time at the end for questions and comments. So the Powell Cotton Museum is based in Birchington, which is a small town in Kent, in an area of Kent known as Thanet. It's got a predominantly historic collection of material culture and natural history. And it's grappling with a number of problems which are common to museums with a colonial collection, which I can imagine. I'm sure I don't need to enumerate them for you. So because of the nature of its collection, in 2020, the Powell Cotton Museum launched its Reimagining program. And when it launched this program in 2020, it put a call out to the community on its social media, inviting people to come and work with the museum and come with them on this journey. And it was particularly the second part of the museum of this statement about working with people whose voices had traditionally been silenced. That drew me to offer myself as somebody from the community who might want to work with the museum. And although our conversation started in 2020, because of COVID, we didn't actually begin working together until 2022, which is when the project that I'm going to talk to you about started. Now, I said that I'd talk about the context, and we've heard a lot in a number of the talks about contexts in which there are communities who don't want change, and in our case, it's predominantly the local white community who, many of whom live in Birchington and have very fond memories of the Powell Cotton Museum, and they don't want anything to change about it. And then on the other side, there are communities from the global majority, some of whom really don't like the museum. As far as they're concerned, it should be closed down. So they don't want to engage with the museum. They don't want to visit. So they definitely want the museum to change. And the museum can't please in one single project all of those audiences, but there is a long-term plan to engage everybody. And so moving on to decolonization and practice, this is a project that is focusing on the redisplay of artifacts from East Africa, specifically Kenya, South Sudan, and Uganda. And this is a project, as I mentioned earlier, within the wider Reimagining program. So it's just one of what will be many projects. And apart from working to redisplay these artifacts, which had been there for a long time, and were outdated and really disrespectful to the origin communities. A key aim that we wanted to achieve was to, and I'll read from the slide, which I won't do often, but on this occasion, I think it's important to use it as an opportunity to build lasting relationships with descendant communities and local partners, ensuring that they're involved in shaping how Black histories and people are represented within the museum. So it wasn't just about this project, which, by the way, is a permanent display. It was also about building relationships so that the way that stories are told in the museum is not talking about people, but rather telling stories with them. And so what was the first step, and an important first step, was to see if I could find people in the local community, which I was also part of, to work on the project. We were fortunate, well, I say fortunate, there was a lot of hard work involved, to be able to bring together a group of 6 people from the local community to form a community advisory group. And the way that happened was in 2 stages. The first stage was that I ran an open day. And although I know a lot of people locally who are in the global majority, most of them, for the reasons I mentioned earlier, told me that they're not stepping foot in that museum, even if they knew me. 8 people did come to the open day, of which 3 joined the project. And then I didn't give up because I'm stubborn like that. And I kept going out to look for people, asking people, persuading them. And so ultimately we managed to get 6 people together. Now, the main way that they worked with us is by attending sessions in the evening. And those sessions were because that suited them. That was the time that suited them. And I should say that they were paid for that time as well. And the sessions were delivered by a variety of people. I delivered some sessions, members of the museum team, for example, the conservator, and I also brought together heritage professionals and academics in and from Africa and also in the UK, because in order to give advice about the redisplay, the community advisory group needed to understand South Sudanese history, Kenyan history, Ugandan history. They needed to understand about missionary collecting. There's absolutely no reason why they should know anything about that because they're not specialists. So those sessions equipped them and empowered them to be able to really make knowledgeable decisions about, for example, artifact choice, photographs, and the stories that should be told. And so they were able to use, so they'd advise on the redisplay using both their lived experience and also their own professional experience, along with the knowledge that we were able to gain together through those sessions. Now, we had this group of people in the local community and me, and two of the members were from East Africa, but none of us at all came from any of the communities that are represented in the collection. And we didn't have anybody like that locally. So because we don't come from those communities, we couldn't speak on their behalf. We had absolutely no knowledge about how they live or about the artifacts. And one of the reasons for needing the redisplay was that the information that we had about the artifacts was limited at best. And so it was important, alongside people in the local diaspora, also to partner with descendant communities. And we did that in 2 ways. Our South Sudanese partner, we couldn't have visited if he had been based in South Sudan for obvious reasons. So he's actually somebody who is based in America. He contacted us because he's doing research into his own community, which is called the Didinga community. And we've kept that relationship going. We were fortunate last year that, as well as speaking to us regularly online, he came to visit us in person. He spoke to us about the artifacts, gave us information about his community, which we've captured on film. So that's available in the archive. And it's important to say here, I think, that that archival material is not only for us. From his point of view, he wants that to be kept for anybody in his community that might come in future to find out about those artifacts. So it's something that's of mutual benefit, and I think that's important. In terms of working directly with descendant communities in Kenya and Uganda, we were fortunate enough to be able to visit And the first step in that process was to make contact with people at the national museums in Kenya and in Uganda. And with them, they helped us to plan our itinerary. They helped us with the funding application as well, because we needed to say how much and where was the money going. And they accompanied us on visits to different communities around Kenya and around Uganda. And we took photographs of the artifacts with us, and we were able to film people pronouncing the name of the artifact, telling us about the artifact, telling us how the community actually uses them and why the artifacts were important. And we had some very interesting and surprising finds, seeing the difference between what was originally recorded and what it actually was. And so we're going to look at an example now. So this we had listed as a war horn. Would anybody like to guess what it actually is? A fly whisk. Interesting. One more guess? Right, okay, I'm praying that the video is going to work.
Okay. These are two types.
Oh, it's a bit quiet, isn't
There is the other trumpet that you use for musical galas. This one is for marriage,
Oh,
specifically for marriage. And this one is held by the, how do they call it? By the groom. The man. Yes,
oh, okay.
it's handled by the groom.
Like this or like?
No, you handle from here.
He holds it like this.
Yes. And you're supposed to be holding it from the right.
Mhm.
With this, it's made from the tail of a bull. Okay.
Mm.
Then they put a piece of hollow wood. And when you look at this rare part, okay, this is a cover.
Mhm.
What is inside here is a snuff, there's a ground with tobacco. And the sign, yeah, and it's a sign of using it for consultation.
Okay.
Someone will come and tell you, I can see your handle of the symbol of the tradition of marriage. Give me some snuff. You get it from me.
So
You
take it
remove
out.
this,
Yes.
then you get this down like this, then someone takes. Then another person takes you. I've been honoring you as a respectful man. You will come for a gold. They'll give you a gold. And you continue. And while you handling this, you are supposed to adorn yourself
Mhm.
with a cap and an ostrich white feather at the center of your neck. Here.
This is
Not on the side, not here, here.
It's a white feather.
An ostrich.
Yes, yes.
Like when I was marrying, this is the cap I used. My feather was here.
White one.
Yes.
Okay.
And since I was doing some research somewhere, I entrusted my brother to handle this.
Mm.
You can just handle it within the clan. But the person must be a good mobilizer. You are not allowed just to sit in one place. Supposed to move on, food, greet, so and so. It's for just mobilization.
So
To mobilize animals for.
For your brother. So
Yes.
how comes that this has
a hole.
a hole?
Now, this, after the marriage, after the animals are already completely disposed, okay? There is a ceremony for what we call Akria Retaba, that is nothing with the in-laws. So you don't again open from here. There is a provision here.
Of snuff.
Yes. So meaning that you all look towards the future. This is the front of this part of me. So you pick the snuff from it. And everyone comes.
So the groom is holding and he gives it to the.
Yes,
Yeah.
and that one you don't again open.
Okay.
You know, yeah. So until all this is exhausted, is when even the in-laws will leave.
So working in that way, obviously, traveling to East Africa and even working with local community groups requires a lot of resource, as you can imagine. So there has to be something in it for you as an organization. So improved relationships with your communities is an obvious one. Having conversations about colonial collections, I'm sure I don't need to tell anyone here, can be really challenging for your museum staff because they feel as though they're having to answer for things that happened in the past when they weren't even there. However, having those conversations can also provide real opportunities for professional development and growth, and that's what we found. And I've shown you an example of the kinds of information that we've got, and we've got so much information that we're not going to be making just one permanent display. We'll actually be using that information also to inform a series of temporary displays as well. So it means that you're showing off more of your collection, that's more stories, and hopefully that's getting more people through the door as well. And we've said and we've heard that relationship need to be reciprocal and there needs to be mutual benefit. And we've asked our community partners, and these are some of the kinds of things that they've said that have been of benefit to them for doing it. So the one I thought was particularly powerful was our views are taken seriously. We're adding value. This is not a tick box exercise. They're really on a journey and they're listening to us. There's another example about the workshops, giving them an education. People have said that they've learned things about Africa, which the national curriculum didn't tell them when they were at school. And there's also one from a partner in East Africa who we were fortunate to meet his 100-plus-year-old grandma who was telling us about some artifacts. And he made the point that people like his grandma who have direct experience of those artifacts aren't going to be with us for very much longer. And so the point of preserving the heritage made him really grateful that we were there, asking those questions and recording that information. So that's what they've told us. In terms of being deliberate and planning to make sure that there's benefit to your community, these are just some of the things that we did. Obviously agreeing parameters for working together. So for example, our community partners said at the beginning, we asked them, we'd planned to splash it all over social media, look at this project that we're doing, look at who we're working with. But as I told you at the beginning, there's real hostility in the local community, and our partners are working with us despite what a lot of people are telling them to do. So they told us from the beginning, no social media, and we had to respect that. I've talked about traumatic conversations. We were fortunate to have a group that was really supportive within itself. But I know, for example, that there are counsellors now that specialise in decolonial practice. And it might be, if you're running a project, that you will need to provide that kind of external support. So you need to plan for it and budget for it. Convenient time and place. I said our sessions were in the evening because that was convenient to our partners. When we went to Kenya and Uganda, we travelled to where the communities were. We didn't just sit in a hotel in Kampala and say, you can come to us. The idea of being able to buy indigenous knowledge obviously is, it is problematic. However, it is important to pay people for their time and to pay them for their expertise. And if you can, when you're working with community groups, provide personal, as in the examples that I've shared with you, and professional development. So I went to Uganda with a member of the community group who is based, who has film in her background. And in fact, the film that you saw was made by her. And she said that it's an opportunity that she would never otherwise have got. to travel around East Africa in that way. So if you can build in those opportunities when you're working with community groups, then it isn't just extractive. It is actually adding value for them as well as you work with them. And then speaking of not extracting, picking people up and then dropping them, in terms of long-term ways of working together, the community advisory group, as you can probably imagine, didn't just say to the museum, here, rearrange these artifacts and then tell this story. They commented on a lot of other aspects of the museum's work and the kinds of things that they want to see the museum doing going forward. So, for example, when they went into the stores, they were shocked and also not very happy at the number of artifacts that nobody ever sees because they're just in boxes. And they said, not only have these been taken away from the community, but no one's even seen them anyway. That's shocking. So they have said, and our partners have said as well, that make it easy for people to access their cultural heritage and make it visible. So two things that I mentioned previously, the series and temporary exhibitions, that's one way of making sure that things are actually coming out of storage and being seen. And the museum was also committed to an online tour, a virtual tour, which means that people further away who are not in Kent can also have access to those artifacts. And ultimately, when you start talking to communities, making it more accessible might mean that they also ask for things to be sent back. And that's just a conversation that the museum is going to have to have, with the communities as those conversations arise. Wider aspects of your work, if you have a learning program, if you have tours, obviously that needs to change and be updated and to be informed in conversation with your community partners. That's what we're going to do. An obvious one again, involve them in your event program. If they have events, attend. We don't currently have any community representation on the board. That's something we were discussing recently to be thinking about going into the future. And one of our community partners is from Kenya, and she works with Maasai women who make beadwork. And one of the things she would like to see is whether it might be possible to stock some of that in our shop. So that's something, again, that we would need to look at because, the import, export and tax, etc. We're going to see whether that might be possible. But there are ways of showing the community that you value them, you value the relationship, you're listening, and you want to work with them into the future. And what I've discussed isn't just, is informing the future planning of the Powell Cotton Museum. And so key takeaways, some of them I've alluded to already. The Powell Cotton Museum say that they were lucky because they put out their reimagining statement and I turned up and said, yeah, I'll work with you. But there will be places where you might struggle to get somebody who's a lead who will be able to engage your local community. So you might have to work hard to do that. But, I think it's worth doing. And there will always be allies. There will always be people in the community who are interested and curious and want to come through the door and want to work with you. I've alluded to listening and making sure that you act on the listening and, ask questions, listen all of the time. Do you want to go on social media right at the beginning? No, we don't. Okay. Ask questions and listen. I've talked about difficult conversations as well. Prepare your staff and support your staff to have those conversations. If you have artifacts in your collection that were taken through colonial violence, it's not the fault of a staff member. So it's really important that they're supported to deal with those conversations. Does everyone, this is an important one in your organization, buy into the vision? Because if you're not consistent, then that's really difficult for any potential partners. If your trustees make a decision which compromises your community partners, because people hear that, well, the museum is saying that they're decolonizing, but actually now they're working with this sponsor or this funder, then it can be very, very difficult for your partners. So be consistent, and I understand that can be challenging. We've had molds in the collection, and now part of the roof is being replaced. So we have had maintenance issues and challenges that have stretched the budget. and extended the project. And I consider that we are very lucky to have kept everybody on board. Nobody has dropped out. Everybody is sticking with the project to the end. And I think for the last, thinking about the last one, I think one of the main reasons why we've been able to keep everybody is because of what I said earlier about listening and planning it into your future way of working. Not this is how we're going to do it on another project, but this is going to be now our way of working. And so that last one is about long-term impact and is the organization willing to change? And if you are willing to change and you are willing to listen to people, then they will be willing to work with you. And I think it's worth the journey. And questions, good, it is up there. So, and now any questions or any comments? No, thank you. One question.
Hi there, I was just interested, what's happening to that wonderful object that you found out so much about? Is it on display?
It's not on display yet because of the roof, but when we finally reopen in February, it will be proudly on display.
Just a comment from an online delegate. Lucy, thank you for explaining the integrity with which you approach the participants in this work and the decisions you made to respect people's time, contribution and anonymity without reclaiming or recolonizing them as part of the journey.
I think there was a question over here. I don't know whether the person.
I was just wondering, how large is the staff at the museum, and did you have an issue taking them all on that journey?
So I don't know how large the staff is, but the head of collections is here, so she might be able to help. It's a very small team, is what I can say.
So at the collections, there's 4 of us full-time members. We work with the group, and then additional 5 staff our operations. And I think I'm starting down here at the time, last night to a direct part of the project, but the entire team is involved.
Apologies. The team, as I mentioned, is 4 collections team members and about 5 to 6 front of house staff, an operations team. And I joined the project in January. So I've come in at the end as we're doing the redisplay. We've actually planned our layout and it's being redisplayed in February. So it's a very exciting point. But the team and in-house team have been along the journey the entire way and have been fully committed to making sure that this is respectful, works, is supported and helpful throughout. I think you all agree. Yeah.
Just wanted to say thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for doing that. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, thank you also, actually, it was very, very inspiring. I wondered if the question of repatriation had been raised or discussed by either at your end or in Africa.
So it's really interesting. Some colleagues at the Uganda National Museum said that they might be interested in some things. So in fact, they would like to send someone on a kind of exchange to have a closer look because they've only seen photographs. We knew that as soon as we started showing people what we had, they might request some artifacts. So, either you keep things hidden and then you don't have to give them back to anybody, or you take the risk that you're transparent and you just have to cross that particular, bridge when it comes. Yeah. So,
But that wasn't accepted by everybody in the museum, by the trustees, by everybody, that that could be a consequence, that you would end up with no collection.
Right, you see, this is sort of in part why I had the mentioned about making sure that everybody's on board, because we've never met the trustees. We've never met the trust, but you know, there are all sorts of reasons why we haven't met the trustees. There's a new director who is it how many months? Okay, so it's not even that many months, 7 weeks. So I recently had a conversation with her feeding back about the project, because she hasn't been here for the project, and about some of the conversations we've had, some of our concerns. One of the things I raised with her was, we haven't met the trustees. Do the trustees even know who we are, what we're doing? Do they even agree with this? And so that's how the conversation came up about looking at community representation on the board as well. And it doesn't have to be one of our group, but there does certainly have to be somebody from the community. Yeah.
Sorry, if I could just answer that from the museum's point of view, if that's okay. No museum collection belongs to a collections team. It belongs to the people where it comes from. So if we're going to commit to this, we commit to it fully, and we don't know what that might look like in the future. We don't have all the answers. There's incredibly complicated research that needs to be done and conversations to be had, but we're not fearful of having those conversations. We're committed, all in. There's no point being tokenistic about making these efforts. And as an organisation, you have to be open to doing that when you start this journey.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, nobody at the museum has balked when the conversation about repatriation has come up. It's also been raised in the sessions that we've had about repatriation. So, you know, we know that that might be coming down the line. And the South Sudanese partner that I mentioned to you, at the moment, the country is not in the position, because of the political instability, to be able to have those artifacts. However, from his point of view, he's hoping for a future where someone from the Didinka community, whether it's him or whether it's somebody else, can come and reclaim those artifacts and take them back. That's one of the reasons why it was important for him that there was a record of him saying what those artifacts were, because he doesn't want the knowledge to be lost. So from his point of view, and from our point of view as well, he wants us to continue being custodians until they're ready to come and get the artifacts. And that's the agreement that we have with them.
Hi, could you explain a little bit more about the kind of things you put in place to support people's well-being through the project, particularly when you were in the middle of some really heavy, difficult, horrible topics?
So there were two ways. That we did that. So firstly, that we just had the conversation. I had the conversation with the group right at the beginning. Together with, you know, the social media conversation and all of that about, I said there are going to be some difficult topics to face. How do we want to manage this? And we just agreed how we would work things. We agreed that we would always, at the end of a session, we would always check that everybody was okay. Everybody had everybody else's numbers. Coincidentally, I didn't do it on purpose. There are 2 counsellors in the group. So we were really good at looking after each other. The museum was fantastic in that I said to them, there are going to be some topics where having to discuss that under the white gaze is just not going to be appropriate. So sometimes a member of museum staff will need to step out and just allow us as a group of Black people to have that conversation. And the museum did that. So those were part of, you know, the safeguards that we put in place. And that just seemed to, you know, that seemed to work okay.
Thank you. That was absolutely excellent. I just have a couple of questions. One is about the ongoing sustainability of the work that you do and how it's funded or how it's budgeted for within the museum, or if you have external funding to support you with that. You may have mentioned that, and I apologise if you did.
Right, so so this project was externally funded, and other projects that the museum has done have also been externally funded. But my understanding, and Maddie can chip in if I miss anything, is that the museum wants to, I mean, there are always going to be some projects, but the museum wants to move towards this kind of work being its natural way of working. So working with communities, talking to communities, understanding about the collection in dialogue with communities. So from our point of view, the relationships we already have are just the start, and we're going to keep on building relationships with communities. That's the ultimate aim.
Thank you.
Sorry.
You mentioned how local people in the communities didn't want to set foot in the museum, and I was wondering how, if the project has sort of gone public, has that changed? And if it hasn't changed, is it something the museum wants to try to change or wants to open to, so that can find out what the communities want?
So a number of answers to that question as well. So one of the things that's planned is going to be a series of focus groups with different communities, including the Birchington community, who don't want the museum to change, by the way. And then this is part of what the new director is planning in order to inform her vision and her forward planning. So that's going to be one aspect. Another aspect is that there have been people, because our community group are, there are ambassadors, and they're talking to people about the project, and, we met this person and we did that. And so there have been people who have secretly come up to me and say, oh, I'm really sorry, I didn't get involved. And, so now that people know about the project, if the museum does something similar, for example, involving people in maybe temporary exhibitions, then I think that the next person wouldn't struggle to find people to come to the museum, because people hear and, word of mouth carries. But also, and as much as it makes me sad to say this, there are going to be some people who it doesn't matter what the museum does. It won't matter what the museum does. It won't matter what the museum changes. They will not step foot. And those people, I have to respect their decision. I think they are an increasingly small number, but, I'm not going to be able to change their mind. So, and that's just something I have to accept.
Thank you. But the elephant in the room is about changing the lens, because if we don't change the lens from the top to the bottom, it'll always be the position that you're in the first place. There should be more inclusion, and there's not. We bandy around words like Windrush, but no one really actually understands what that means. There's people like myself that were born here, and we're Black British, and we're part of the culture of this country. And so it's not just going to our heritage, which mine is in the Caribbean, but also our culture, it's here as well. And actually, we're still not in here. I mean, it's really been interesting being at this conference this year. And I'm a newbie, it's first time here, but we're in the Midlands. And if you look at the demographics of the Midlands, it is very, very diverse. And you look at the demographics of the people who've attended the conference. And, I counted yesterday. Yesterday, we had less than 10 diversity people in the audience. The numbers don't match up, but the numbers are a reflection of the problems that you've gone through with that project and the problems that continually happen within museums, where the labeling is wrong, because as you said, they didn't label, it's still out of date. The images you can't get access to, and so it isn't still the welcoming place that we had as the keynote at the beginning. So the beginning of the conference talked about welcoming people, but it's not that space. And so the battle still goes on. So I, like my colleagues, say thank you.
I think I just wanted to share something when you talk about welcoming, and I think you're right. But one of our community partners has been involved with the museum in the past for many, many years. And at the beginning of the project, I asked everybody in a one-to-one situation what their personal goal was. That by the end of the project, if I said, have you achieved this or have you achieved that? They would say yes, for the evaluation really, but also, for themselves. And she said she really wanted to reconnect with the museum. And she wanted to start up her drumming sessions again, because she does drumming and storytelling. And that was something that was really important to her. And she was very sad because she'd had a bad experience with the museum in the past. She really wanted to reconnect. And before we drove here, I went to the museum and was waiting for Maddie to finish a meeting. And out in the museum garden was this community partner with a group of her friends, 4 Black women, a circle of African drums, a group of young people from the local community with special educational needs. And she was drumming away and she was so happy, so happy. And I spoke to her on the phone afterwards, and she does therapeutic work. She was one of the people in the group with a therapy background. She does therapeutic work with women of African origin. And she was saying to me that she got chatting to the gardener and that normally she likes to do the therapeutic work outside, but it's really horrible walking on grass where you might step on things that are not very nice. But now she's agreed with the gardener that there's a space there in that it's really, really beautiful gardens where she is going to go with these women and do her therapeutic work. So that's just one example of, it's only a small doors that's open. I completely understand, I get your point. And it's true that in terms of, staff teams, there isn't a huge amount of diversity. But I think, and I'm pretty new to the museum sector, so I have heard people saying things like, we've been talking about this for years. So I don't have that experience yet, but I hope that, if I remain in the museum sector, as I hope that if I come to the AIM Museum next year, 2 years' time, 3 years' time, that what you've mentioned, that if we look out into the audience, it will look very different. I hope so.
In the Netherlands, there's all they do about repatriation, what they do with their well collection, what they do with a lot of work. So there are some real good examples of good practice and how that works and what they've done, where they've engaged the whole community. Last year, they even had their royal family come to the Coty Kente event that they do every year as part of the work. So there are some examples and there are policies and things that are out there and things that we can look at in other places. And we just, you just haven't done it. And it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, let's start it.
Well, that's what we're trying to do at
let's start.
Serendipity, but this is your spot.
Yeah, let's start. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you to Lucy and to all of you for contributing there. I think that this is a conversation that we need to keep having and have more of. So I'm sure we'll pick this up as a theme perhaps in next year's conference and take it a bit further. We're staying in this room now for our next session. So, stay where you are and there's more to come. Thank you.
Okay, welcome everybody who is here in person and watching us online. So I need to thank our conference sponsors, Bloomberg Connects, our host sponsor, the Black Country Living Museum, and our gold sponsors, Minerva and Hayes Parsons Insurance Brokers. And please, I'm sure you've done this already, support our exhibitors at the Expo. I'm to remind people to tweet using hashtag AIMConference 2024. And I'm Margaret. I'm not an AIM trustee. I'm actually a member of staff at AIM. Laura, who was going to host this session, wasn't very well, so it seemed easiest for me to do it, as I'd been involved with this programme. So back in 2022, when the Welsh Government, it was suggested to us that AIM might consider applying to the fund that supports the Anti-Racist Wales Action Plan. That felt like a very exciting opportunity for us, but we also knew that we had a lot to learn and that we would need to work with a whole load of different people along the way to deliver this project. And these are just some of the people that we worked with. There have been a lot more people involved. I'll introduce them briefly, but they'll have a chance to tell you much more about how they were involved in it. So we've got Maya Sharma from the Ahmed Iqbalullah Race Centre and Education Trust, who were our strategic partner in the project. Raj Pal, who was a project mentor, although that description doesn't give justice to the completely new direction, quite literally, he took the project in. Rose Thorne, who I will describe you as being from the Voices from the Edge group, who were the community partner at Angwetha Ceredigion Museum, and we have Carrie Cannon from Ceredigion on the end. And I'm just going to ask Maya to give a bit of an overview of what the Recollections project is about.
So the Welsh Government have, interestingly, and unlike the national government, kind of put anti-racism square on the agenda, and as such have developed the Anti-Racist Wales Action Plan, which includes a kind of requirement that civic institutions do active anti-racist work. And as part of that, head off from various commissions. So so the Recollections programme springs from that, and it's aimed at the museum sector. And the idea is that AIM has funding from the Welsh Government, and there's a programme of support which includes grants, but that's only one part of it. The grants sit alongside mentoring and consultancy opportunities, workshops, learning, and other sharing activities. So the idea is that museums in Wales and the Welsh museum sector can kind of grow and learn together and really try out different ways of working towards the objectives of the Anti-Racist Action Plan. Is that succinct enough? Yes. Good.
Thank you, Maya. So what I will do now is ask each of our panel just to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves and tell you what they did as part of the Recollections project. Shall I start it? Go to the far end and start with Carrie and Rose.
Yes, so I'm Carrie Canham and I'm the curator at Ceredigion Museum. And the Recollections funding stream came at a really opportune moment when we were invited to submit an expression of interest to do a co-curated exhibition with partners from the British Museum, the British Library and the Natural History Museum. So I immediately saw this opportunity to use the Recollections funding to engage with our global majority community, to build trust and establish the foundation for future working. But I had absolutely no idea where to start or how to go about that. So I contacted Rose, who I had been in touch with through a previous exhibition, and said, fancy giving this a go? And I said, well, I don't know what to do either. So Rose and I, from the very inception of the project, co-created something, and with a very one of the great things about the funding stream was that they were comfortable with an unknown outcome, because we didn't feel like we could commit to doing the co-curation work with the British Museum and the other partners, because we hadn't built those relationships yet. So yes, I think that was a really important thing, was understanding that there was a lot of uncertainty. Anyway, I will pass over to Rose.
Yeah, and a lot of this work is about not knowing, not knowing who's going to come when you put out a call out. So we live in a rural environment in West Wales, and there are lots of Black and brown people living in little tracks, you know, up tracks and little cottages doing weird and wonderful things. And I was part of a network around 2020. We formed a network to come more together around the killing, the murder of George Floyd. And it was a WhatsApp group. It was very loose. We'd meet and have food. We'd talk, we'd meet each other, we'd see each other. All the kids would be running around, realizing that they're not the only Black children in the school. You know, there's lots of Black children in little schools in rural West Wales. So I put a call out and we got 7 people to come And so my job was writing the funding proposal with Carrie. And Carrie trusting that I know what it's like being Black. I know what it's like, you know, people asking for information from me. And I felt confident that I could also support a group coming together. Yeah, with very emotive questions, with emotive objects from the British Museum. You know, that's no kind of light challenge. So that was my job, communicating, asking questions, and taking our time to find out what day was best for us to meet. Our previous presenter said it, you know, making sure the time is right. We came together, we had food, they were paid for their time, they were paid for their travel. We had participants that took an hour to get to us. An hour, you know, that's commitment. We've had people on public transport with 4 children to come to our project and a creche put on. So it was making it accessible in lots of different ways and the particular challenges living rurally. So that was some of my job.
So I'm Rajpal. I'm a freelance curator historian. So for me, the challenge, I've worked with AIM before. And for me, the challenge was what to do with this commission, which meant being a mentor to 2 museums for a fairly short period of time. And I felt that I had to ethically, morally, I needed to feel comfortable that what I delivered was value for money and made me feel better. And I felt that just mentoring people, I'm being really honest here, I felt that mentoring people online over 3 sessions would largely consist of me prattling on about stuff, and would that have any impact on people? I didn't think it would. So I've made a visit to those places under my own steam, went to visit them. I think you need to understand the lay of the land. So this is actually a plea also to funders and to organizations that you can't just bring people in towards the end. You need to give time for research and development. For me personally, it's an individual thing. I need to go and meet people face to face. I need to see the institution that I'm working for to get some sort of visual, some sort of intellectual sort of understanding of lay of the land. And I came up with this totally outlandish kind of idea, which I was asking this morning myself, and I said to Rihanna as well, I said, you know, I wonder, would I have said yes to my own idea? I have grave doubts. But we've got this really mad woman here, Margaret, who listened to the idea. And my idea fundamentally was that I wanted to take people out of their comfort zone. And there are 2 museums which I've been following for the last few years, last decade or so, who have had major challenges in reflecting that they've got what they call problematic collections, which are colonial collections. This is the Royal Africa Museum in Brussels and the Tropical Museum in the Netherlands. And the idea was to take our people from very, very small museums out of comfort zone, out of the day-to-day humdrum, etc., and get an experience, which is to see how others, but internationally. Some people said, oh, you could go to London. I said, well, you never say that. I've said to myself, you'd never say that to curators of the British Museum or to Vienna, oh, you should take them to Wales. So why should we just put up with that? The trip, however, was very challenging. It was an organized visit. It wasn't just going there and just sort of seeing. It meant a tremendous amount of coordination, first of all, travel, accommodation, getting everybody to agree to a timetable, and also working with those museums and their staff to get some sense of what they were doing that would be appropriate for us to learn from.
How many of you went?
Oh my God, I've lost. Is it about 11 of us?
No,
We were going to start with only about 6 maximum, and it became bigger. So the logistics of getting a bigger group and people's times and days and so on and so forth was
I had to work out how to get all of them from all over Wales to
yeah.
St Pancras.
St Pancras, yes, yeah.
It's amazing, and you did it.
Yeah. I was like a headmaster saying, like.
Maya.
Oh, yes. So in my day job, I work for the Ahmed Ibaullah Race Centre and Education Trust, and we are a anti-racist library and archive based in Manchester. We've been doing this work for about 25 years now, and like Paulette, we get very impatient at the slow pace of change despite decades of kind of schemes and investments to diversify the workforce and change the stories and so on. So in 2020, we got really fed up and did a big research project looking at the state of, we call it EDI, but effectively we're talking about racism and anti-racism in the heritage sector. And we did lots of research with the heritage sector and importantly with community groups and individuals, and produced a report which is called If Nothing Changes, Nothing Changes, which I think kind of hints at the tone of the report. But what we hope it does, and what actually I've been told it does by lots of colleagues from museums and heritage organisations, is that it offers a bit of a roadmap to the sector and to museums. So I think it was on the back of that that we got talking to AIM, or AIM got talking to us, and we kind of built a bit of a relationship. So then Margaret invited us to join on this programme as kind of a strategic advisor. AIM and Margaret have decades of really important experience of working in the sector, supporting the sector, representing the sector, managing grant and support programs. But we brought kind of really specific anti-racist perspectives, I guess. So my role was and is a kind of bit of a strategic guide, but I kind of do odds and sods and little bits of practical support as well, I think.
Yes. Well, you're invaluable, Maya. I just, one of the elements of the Anti-Racist Wales Action Plan is that to stress how important co-curation is. I'm going to ask you all about that in a minute. And it just felt to us that even though we're running this program, that actually we need to do some co-creation on it as well. And hence, I mean, just, you know, that we didn't have, I wasn't the right person to run an anti-racist Wales program, really. I couldn't have done it without Maya. But it was also just, I don't make decisions. I do have a principle of not making any decision without us both doing it.
I'm slightly alarmed. But do you know, Margaret, I think that this work has to be done by everyone. And I think that lived experience and professional experience that people like me and others have here is really, really important. But the white folks and the white organisations do the work as well. And I think not wanting to turn this into a kind of mutual love fest, but I think what Margaret and AIM have been really good at doing is really listening and taking things on the chin, and not always able to do what has been suggested or asked, but doing whatever you can individually or organisationally. And for me, that is a big part of doing the work.
Thank you very much. So just picking up on co-creation, I just wanted to ask all of you, tell us a little bit about what your experience of co-creation was in this project. I'm going to go to Carrie and Rose, who the basis of your relationship.
No, we don't have to say it at the same time, do we?
Well,
ours was kind of twofold. It was really interesting because we were co-curating a project and co-curating an exhibition with the British Museum as another part of that dynamic as well. And I think one of the big takeaways for me was around power and power dynamics and how to manage those. And that did mean that we knocked up against a few issues.
I've told them to be honest in this discussion.
Yes. So yes, I think I think when you enter into a co-curated properly, you know, with integrity into a co-curated project, then you have to be really aware of those power dynamics. Rose, do you want to say something?
Where do I start? I wrote everything down before I came here because I have so much to say and I know there's little time. And it's a Friday afternoon at the end of the conference. What does co-curation mean? It means honesty. It means having a sense of humour when things get tough. It means getting support in place. I made sure that I had a mentor a Black mentor, because this is exhausting work for Black and brown bodies, particularly if you're working with people from the global majority. It means valuing people's time, and that doesn't always have to be monetary, but it did help. Yeah, it really helped in this project. It meant having Black-only space. Like the previous presenter, there were times when we needed space, and that was quite difficult to ask for. Yeah, even though, you know, me and Carrie have talked about it, we talked about it even before it came up. I still had to go, actually, Carrie, we need a check-in of at least 40 minutes before we open, because it started to feel a bit like a fishbowl that we were performing for the white people in the room. So that's really important. So sometimes white people, you need to say, maybe you need some Black space, and not always asking. Yeah, so it's stepping up and taking risks. Co-curating means how you take up space, verbally, in the room, whose museum space is it? So Carrie opened up the museum on a Sunday because that was the best day for us. We had all that space to ourselves, and boy, did we own it, yeah? And it took us a while to speak louder, to put the chairs where we wanted, to have the kids running around as they wanted. It was wonderful to have actually to have some ownership of a space where we weren't really represented. You know, the museum, it's a rural museum, it's a beautiful museum, but there's no pictures of us there, you know. Co-curation means sometimes I was exhausted with trying to tell the British Museum that they were putting power over us, that the power was being used again over us. So being told what words I can and can't use is not okay. Not knowing who the panel was making those decisions. It's not okay. And I got quite exhausted, and I got quite traumatized by it, actually. I got quite exhausted. And again, my white allies stepped up and went to those very tiring and exhausting meetings about power. Yeah, who's going to have a say? What words get put on the labels? Who does the editing or not? So it's taking risk, and it's taking risk to be uncomfortable sometimes. I am used to being uncomfortable in my body in predominantly white spaces. And white people need to step up to also learn how to do that, but so that we're in relationship, so that we stay in relationship with each other. So co-curating means a lot to me. That's just a little bit.
My experience is quite different because I work as a freelance. So I've worked at a number of places, from Kettleston Hall to Chartwell House, to Powys Castle, etc. And to me, one of the biggest issues is that as an outsider, if you are co-curating either exhibitions or essentially cultural change in an organization, the power dynamics are very different, and you just have to be quiet. And interestingly, one of the things that I'm going to introduce here is, I think people have all heard of the Stockholm Syndrome. So often one of the challenges, this is just an insight from me, whether it's good or it's bad, I don't know. I find in my experience that you go to particularly places of historical nature, which have connections with colonialism, with the slave trade, with empire, etc. And the people who work there, both volunteers and staff, almost like they've been prisoners in that place, and they've come to sympathize with the person that the place is associated with often has a really unsavory past. And the biggest example of that is Clive of India, an unmitigated, racist, complete and utter bastard of a man. And these are almost the words of his descendant, the current Earl of Powys, who wants his statue removed from Shrewsbury. And yet, because you work in that institution associated with this individual, you often end up sympathizing. So that's the Stockholm Syndrome kind of issue that you have to be really aware of. I'm also very aware that, again, another experience at a place I'm not going to mention, being an outsider, both visually and kind of particularly visually, if not culturally, it is really, really important. Just because you think you've got a really great idea, it doesn't necessarily mean that those who perceive you as something different are going to take that aside. I just want to use this opportunity also to make another plea, which is not to do with co-creation, but it's really important for me, a lesson that I've learned. So AIM made this happen. However, we also had to apply for funding to travel to Europe. We're not talking about large amounts of funding. So if there's any representative here of funding organizations, my plea would be one size doesn't really always fit all. Do not make a small organization go through the hoops for 11, 12,000 pounds, small amount of money in the larger scheme of things, and think of other ways, because often small organizations do not have the wherewithal, they don't have the knowledge, they certainly do not have the capacity to go through all the processes of kind of filling in various application forms, replying to various messages, etc., for pitiful amounts. This kind of work can only happen if you find an individual like Margaret, and number two, if you find funders who think this is good. So just sort of like that box taking approach doesn't really work. So that's really, I wanted to say this.
I don't think I can add much to that other than to speak from, I guess, picking up on the point about funding and design of grant programs and funding. And I think AIM had to work with, AIM got the money, but there were certain conditions to how that money could be handed out. And that brought some real challenges. And I think the main thing was about timescales and a need to have people take the money, spend it, deliver the work, and done and dusted quite quickly. And I think good quality co-curation, I think good quality work needs space, and space means time. And I think there wasn't enough time. I think the people who got the grants did amazingly well at working within that. But for me, and I guess it's another thing to share with funders, is think about the time that is needed. And again, some people can do small projects, quite focused projects, and in a quite short period of time, but others will need much longer sort of timescales for their projects.
Thank you very much, all of you. I wanted to ask you all, so particularly for AIM and for the work we do with museums in Wales, it's important to us to recognise that small museums can be exemplars of good best practice. And particularly with anti-racism, though, I just wanted to give you all the opportunity to say, why do you think this is important to everyone, to rural museums, to small museums? It doesn't matter where you are. Why is it important for everybody to think about anti-racism in their organisations?
Go.
Maya.
I mean, there's so many reasons. Legally, we have a duty to be working in equitable and anti-discriminatory ways. Ethically and morally, it's really important. I think it makes for better work. I think we do better work when we do it in anti-racist and anti-discriminatory ways. But I was thinking about a couple of things, and one of the panels today, someone said that culture hasn't really been talked about in the kind of run up to the general election. But I really disagree with that, because I think culture is it's everything that's been talked about. And we have these narratives about, essentially they're about belonging, which takes us to migration, which takes us to the history of British colonialism. We are here because you were there. And I think that is exactly what's being thrashed out and played out in many, many hyperlocal and places and nationally. Who belongs here? Who has the right to be here? Who has the right to be here on their own terms? So I think for museums, that is the work we all need to be doing, is setting the historical narrative straight for a start, and kind of explaining why we are here. And you know, the previous talk was about setting the colonial collection straight. So I think for me, that's really important. The other thing I was thinking about is that what I love about being part of this program is seeing this really lovely pieces of work going on in sort of very, very, very small museums, often in very rural areas. And when we did this big piece of research that I mentioned earlier, overwhelmingly we got given this message that, well, we're not doing that work because we don't have any global majority communities on our doorstep, which really, really puzzles me because, but the histories we're working with are international and global histories. And there's a real, it's not good enough to say, well, we haven't got those communities to do co-curation with and to engage, and therefore we're not going to do that work. There's a lot more I could say, but I'll leave it there. Hands over.
Because everyone's got a story about belonging. Everyone has got stories about migration. It doesn't matter what skin color you are. Everyone has got stories in the exhibition. I've sat in there sometimes and I've heard the invigilators, the wonderful volunteers at the museum, just chatting a bit about different pieces of work that were made or the objects from the British Museum. And people would tell their stories. We've all got stories. And they're complex, and they're not just black and white. There's complex, nuanced stories that we all have. And the more that the stories that are kept in the shadow, or the more difficult stories, the more that they come out, the more people's own wardrobes get open and the skeletons come out. And I think that just makes us all richer and not one-dimensional.
Carrie, yeah.
Well, I can't really add much to what Rose and Maya has said, other than, I guess, from the museum perspective, from my perspective, our aspiration is that everybody in Ceredigion, which is the county in which the museum is set, will find something in the museum that speaks to their identity and values. And we can't do that without engaging all of our communities.
I want to kind of just approach it with sort of like third-rate philosophy kind of as a thing. Okay, first of all, I think apart from the legal and the ethical and moral responsibility to be an anti-racist organization, there is a business case to be made as well. For Christ's sake, a business can adopt an approach where they understand their audiences. I don't see why we shouldn't. So that's just a simple business case. But I think it's beyond simply that. First of all, I think the generation of ideas increases the pool of knowledge from which all of us benefit as human beings. But the philosophical conundrum is this: is it possible? Is it desirable? So there are a number of in this hall today, in this room, there are a number of non-white faces. And there are many, many people who would say, well, what's that thing? Just because a cat is born in a barn doesn't make it a horse. That sort of philosophy. Is it possible that all of us who some would desire should be expelled from this land, from this island? I don't think it's possible. Is it desirable? As I said earlier on, I think diversity generates new ideas, creates new culture, new thought, etc. Is it desirable? I don't think it is. So then the issue of identity comes in. If it's neither possible nor desirable to expel all of these people from this land and turn to pure whiteness, what is it that we should do? And I think what we should endeavor for is to create a sense of what it means to be British, what it means to be a person whose country this is, whose land this is, whose home this is, create a new, more inclusive sense of identity of what it means to be, rather than simply desiring in your deep, dark heart, get rid of these bloody people from here. So I think that to me is the fundamental philosophical challenge that I think I, as part of an older generation, face, and I think the younger generation, my children are of mixed heritage. Many people here, I think it's probably the same. So that to me is really important.
Thank you all of you. We have 10 minutes for any questions for the panel.
Thank you. It's Andrea from Ironbridge Gold Museum. It's not really a question, it's just something that as a first time attending this event, I've heard a lot of how do we get people that look like me to come to museums? How do we? And then I look around and I'm thinking, well, the opportunity to have this conversation here should have been a keynote experience, not at the end of the day on a Friday where people have had to go home, had to leave them for whatever reasons. And this is a missed opportunity again by the museum to get people like me to learn from us, and not just learn from us, to just experience, listen to our stories. It's just, where is everybody? Sorry.
Any other questions? Reflections?
It's late on Friday afternoon.
Late on Friday afternoon.
Well, I have something to say, and this is again about the thing about working with small museums. One of the things I do, I don't know if anybody's ever been to the Museum of Innocence in Istanbul. It's Orhan Pamuk, the Nobel laureate. He wrote this novel called it's called the Museum of Innocence, but he did something really quite unique. He created this museum to connect with his novel. The novel is not very good. The museum is absolutely exceptional. But one of the things about the museum is that right at the beginning of the museum, it has Orhan Pamuk's Museum's Manifesto. And it makes a number of points, which is why he no longer goes to major world museums and all of that sort of stuff. And his valuing of the power of smaller museums, community museums, smaller museums, to tell stories which national institutions, which are committed to national glory, etc., often can't. So one of the things I've done is everywhere I work now, I send people the Orhan Pamuk manifesto. It's about 6 or 7 or something like points about why it's really, really important. And I think from my point, very humbly, from my point of view, even before I start working with people, I validate the importance of the institutions, the organizations that they are.
So can I just say thank you very much to all of you, and it's been a pleasure working with you all. Thank you.
Look, guys, we're gonna get going. We're missing one member of the panel, but you know it's 10 to 4. Look, this is number 40 of the sessions of 40. So well done for still being here. As ever, can I thank sponsors? I think we should just do a round of applause for the sponsors. Well, Bloomberg, Minerva, and Hayes Parsons. Can we also just show our appreciation for our co-funder of AIM, Arts Council England? Very important for us. So this is the last session before I just we will hand over to Rhiannon, who's going to do final reflections. She's only going to talk to us for about an hour, aren't you? Yeah, something like that. So look, this is a panel. Oh, look, you see, can you tell I'm kind of just making it as we go on? It's a panel discussion to give us different perspectives on the conference. So we've got Rod, who's an associate supplier, Hilary McGowan, and how do I say this politely, a long-term attendee of AIM. We got Liz, who came here as a recipient of a grant to be able to make the conference. And when Belinda comes, she's a first timer to the museum. That sounds like the start of a really good joke, doesn't it? Those four. So we're going to turn to them in turn, really, and ask them so their perspectives on things, really, and I think so. We'll do this in turn, really. And if I turn to, can I turn to Hilary first, and say, what was your favourite thing about this year's conference?
I thought we were going to introduce ourselves.
Oh, well, you can do that as well, can't you?
Okay, thank you.
Go on, do that as well.
I'm Hilary. I work with museums and cultural organisations to help them change and thrive through better leadership and major change. I was a museums and cultural director in local government for longer than it was good for me in York, Exeter and Bristol, and I'm a trustee of the Egypt Exploration Society. I had three favourite things. I've really enjoyed myself. I feel brain tired, I think, because it's been so intensive, but it's been absolutely terrific.
Hilary,
So-
you might need to put the microphone even closer, just so.
So the first thing we heard was John's Shakespearean sonnet, which those of you who know me know that I'm a theatre and Shakespeare anorak. So that was fantastic and it was beautiful, and I had a long talk to him about it afterwards. So that was probably one of the things I shall pin on my office wall on Monday morning. Well, secondly, I think it's the two major keynotes on both mornings, which were unexpected and surprising and both inspirational in very different ways. You could be forgiven for reading the programme and thinking, Queer Britain as the first keynote, isn't that a bit off the wall, if you pardon the terrible pun? But actually, Joseph was inspirational. I set up a museum some years ago in Hexham in Northumberland with 2 empty buildings and absolutely nothing else. So he was doing a similar thing, but he had a community behind him who really, really wanted it to happen. And that was really illuminating and inspiring. But also this morning, Emma's keynote, which was absolutely fabulous. And it certainly showed that leadership is not about a detailed knowledge of your subject matter. So for those of you who are struggling with trustees who won't use your succession plan or won't even agree to one, you don't need to know everything about an 18th century widget. It's more important to know about marketing and running tourist attractions. So maybe you could take that thought away with you as part of the wisdom from this fabulous AIM conference.
Hilary, thank you very much. And can we turn to Rod, just 2 seconds to introduce yourself, and then tell the room what was your favourite thing about this year's conference?
Yeah, hello everybody. So my name is Rod Barlow, and I'm not a museum professional by trade. I'm a computer technologist, but I've been working in the museum and visitor attraction sector for about 20 years. Originally as a software developer, designing, implementing and supporting applications for museums and attractions, but in the last few years actually helping organizations to select, make strategic decisions and then provide practical support to help implement the best technology. So sometimes people say poacher turned gamekeeper. I've jumped over the other side of the fence to support organizations. So my favorite thing, so before the conference started, I wrote down fish and chips because I've been a frequent visitor to Black Country Museum and I knew that they were excellent. So I thought, well, that's where the benchmark is. If anything is higher than fish and chips, it's been a tremendous success. And there has been so many highlights. It really is difficult to pick out one or two things. But I'm just wondering if we might end up with a unanimous thing here, because I agreed with Hilary and I picked the 2 keynote sessions. For a couple of reasons. A lot of the conferences that I attend are about technology. So at the moment, it's all about AI and cybersecurity as the 2 dry but very key topics in my specialist sector at the moment. And I always find that keynote speeches are very difficult for conference organizers to position because they've really got to set the tone. They've got to be engaging. They've got to have all eyes on the front of the stage for a long time, and they've got to have people scribbling away at lots of notes. So I felt that both of those keynote sessions really set everybody away with some fabulous inspiration for the day. As Hilary said, they were both very different. I have seen Joe Galliano's talk before. I had the pleasure of working with him for a little while and making a very small contribution to helping them to get started. And as I say, it was an amazing, inspirational journey that he took us all on. But then to actually have a day 2 keynote speech that's just as good as day 1 is something that I don't think I've seen before in a conference. Normally day 2's kick off not quite being at that same level, but I thought Emma's talk to us this morning was absolutely excellent, and to see a pioneering approach and somebody coming into an organization with little experience or expertise and making such a massive difference in a small space of time, I think was a great inspiration to all of us.
Thank you, Rod. Thank you very much. Can we turn to Liz? So just 2 seconds to introduce yourself. And then what was your favorite thing about the conference? Oh. No. Do you want to swap with Rod?
Sure. Thank you. Okay, yeah, okay, we can hear me now.
Nice and close.
Lovely. So I'm Liz Pardo. My LinkedIn says Elizabeth though, so that's helpful. And I am the curatorial and collections assistant at Stourbridge Glass Museum. I'm also a MA student doing a Masters in Art History and Curating at the University of Birmingham. So recently I've just been co-curating an exhibition of botanical illustrations from the V&A there as well, along with some other students. And I'm also finishing up some time at New Art Gallery Warsaw, where I've been, I guess, a project assistant and like sort of gallery assistant. And that's been mainly developing an events program to go alongside their community collections panel exhibitions, which is part of a wider embedding diversity project. So my answer to this question was probably a bit more vague. I didn't select specific sessions because those come in my other answers. But generally, I've attended quite a few sessions throughout the 2 days that have focused a lot on engaging communities. I mean, that's a really big theme of the whole conference, and it's been about engaging communities. And one thing I've been really impressed by is the commitment to focusing on the longevity of embedding changes in museums and galleries and heritage sites. And I think the general tone of, I suppose, like a sense of challenge and the willingness to kind of bring up uncomfortable topics like the kind of carbon footprint museums are having, how well we're actually doing with embedding diversity and inclusion, all those types of areas in our practice beyond project funding. So that's one thing that, I mean, I know that's not really like cheery, but that's one thing that I've been really impressed by. And one of my favorite things about the conference is it's really interesting and amazing to see everyone's willingness to question their own practice. And it's been a really good opportunity to see that in action. And the commitment then to growth there's been seen across all of the talks and in personal conversations I've been having, like one-on-one conversations. Everybody's so committed to growing and building their museum and institution. And that adaptation or whatever, is something that I've been really impressed by. It's probably my favorite thing. It's that tone of challenge and change.
Okay, thank you very much. Before I move to Belinda, my favorite thing has been that it's been confirmed to me that I actually run a fish and chip shop with a museum attached to it. Belinda, can you just 2 seconds on to introduce yourself, and then what's been your favorite thing about the conference?
Hi, does that work?
Yeah. Nice and
So
close.
I'm Belinda Scala. I'm manager of the Working Class Movement Library, which is in Salford. It is a library, but we also have an absolutely enormous archive collection and a museum collection as well. And I have a museum background, so this is an opportunity for me to get back in touch with my museum side, I guess. My favorite thing about the conference, first off, was that it was here because it's a place that celebrates working class history. So I think that is actually my favorite thing about the conference. So I've liked to see this place being used, and throughout the conversations about communities as well, there has been reference made to the importance of class dynamics in our staff makeup and also in what we do in the sector as well. So I found that really interesting. I'm sure this has already been said, but the keynote speakers were fantastic. I've really liked the way the conference has been inspirational. So it's got that fantastic, inspiring moments, but it's also quite practical as well. So I've really benefited from some of the more practical sessions and having that balance, I think, and the balance has been perfect, I think, between the inspirational and the practical, and the focus on communities, I think, has just been done really well from lots of different perspectives and in lots of different ways. And I think that's been fantastic too.
Great, thank you very much. I remember when I first came here 15 years ago, I was told that Ironbridge, Bliss Hill was all for the toffs. And this museum was all about working class people, and I always remember that. I'm going to go back to Rod, I think, and I just wondered, could you pick up on one thing that you want to take back to your job on Monday morning? What leaps out at you, Rod, after having 2 days?
Yeah, so with what I do, I've been trying to find a technology angle on what we've been talking about. And thankfully, there hasn't been a huge amount of talk about technology. It's all been about community engagement and intersections between communities, which has been very refreshing personally for me to sit and listen to. But when I relate that to technology, we start to think of things like CRM systems or volunteer management systems, things that we are familiar with, which are two of the most frightening subjects. CRM systems are enormously difficult to implement. Most people don't know what a CRM system is to begin with or what they want to use it for. So I think on Monday morning, I'm probably going to go back and sort of start researching technology solutions that help us to gather information about communities and then use that information that are maybe not so onerous as the typical CRM and volunteer management systems available to the sector today. Okay,
and Hilary, what would your answer to that be? And I should just say at this point, I'm going to give you the opportunity to think about these questions as well at the end. So you might want to start to think about what's been your favorite thing, or what's the thing that you would take back on Monday morning. So Hilary, what for you would you leaps out at you for taking back on Monday morning work?
I'm hugely privileged to do the work I do, and I just love my job. Sometimes you might think, cash flow is always a problem when you're self-employed, of course, but sometimes you think, why am I doing this? And then you come here and realize why you're doing it. And my work and theatre, I have to say, have kept me sane over the last 8 months during severe illness and bereavement. And boy, have I appreciated it. So I shall have new energy on Monday morning, and it's all thanks to you and to AIM.
Belinda, what would your takeaway be for Monday morning that you're going to put into action, having been here?
I've heard some quite interesting things about the fine balance between bringing existing audiences and existing communities with you when you're trying to engage new communities, which has been particularly relevant to me, which I found really, really interesting. So there's a few tips there, I think, that I might be able to take back to my place of work on Monday morning to try and work on that. And there's been a few sort of interesting things said about existing communities and where their love of the organisation comes from and how you harness that love, and I think that's really, really important. But I also think there's a point at which sometimes there is an entitlement there as well, and we need to recognise that when we're trying to build these links with new communities. So although I think I've heard some really interesting stuff, it's actually given me a bit of a kick to go back and fight for some of the things that I'm trying to do at the organisation at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And Liz, what would be your takeaway for Monday morning?
I would say, so our current project, which is all about kind of engaging new audiences, as well as kind of thinking about sustainable and environmental practice, specifically in that sense in glass making and glass art, things like that. But as part of kind of aligning with that, engaging with audiences, one thing I'm going to be taking away from particularly one of the sessions, which was Alice and Naomi's from Kipling Hall. They were talking a lot about their engagement with communities and different communities they're engaging with, and the ways they had to adapt their approaches to suit different communities, and also to think about barriers and areas of like miscommunication that can come up sometimes when you're working with different communities, be that some of them were things like language barriers, but another one was about managing expectations. And I thought that was a really it was a really good thing to note, actually, because I think sometimes you can get so wrapped up in we're wanting to do this, we want to hear what you want from us as a museum and all those sorts of things. But it's also then when you can't sometimes fulfill everything that people want from you, everything that communities want from you, be that because of something financial or staffing, anything like that. I think one thing I want to take away then is thinking about how to manage those kind of relationships, how to adapt to when things aren't maybe all possible, and thinking about how you can overcome certain barriers within engaging different communities and work with them, rather than just bringing them in for a short amount of time and then essentially the project ends, and so then does that embedded nature of that community within the organization. So yeah, that managing expectations and dealing with barriers and being flexible in our approach, rather than thinking this is what we want, this is who we're going to talk to. And yeah, so that's my main thing.
Okay, thank you. I think one of the strengths of the AIM conference is that you get lots of different perspectives on subjects and things, and I think we definitely got that from Emma, I guess. But Rod, what from you? Were there any sessions that you went into, or speakers that you heard that gave you a very different perspective from maybe what your original thoughts were?
Yeah, I think so. I think a word that I perhaps didn't think I would use about organizations and professionals in this sector is bravery. And I think it's a word that I sort of take away as a new perspective. And I think I learned a lot about that, particularly in the last session that I attended. I listened to Birmingham Botanical Gardens talking about the challenge that they faced when the new CEO went into the organization and had to enact some significant change that was not always met with a favorable response, a little bit like the keynote we heard this morning. And just listening to the challenges that they went through and the adversity that they've tried to overcome, I certainly got a sense of bravery. And I think that has really come through in the last couple of days to me that I didn't expect it to.
Yeah. And Hilary, as a long time attendee of AIM conferences, having seen and heard lots of perspectives over the years, but was there something that you've heard this year that even as a long-term attendee, that you did get a different perspective about?
Yes, I think so. It was the perspective on leadership from Emma this morning. My co-author and I have just finished a book on leadership in the cultural sector, and we delivered the manuscript 2 weeks ago. So I've thought and written a lot in the last 2 years on leadership. And she certainly gave me that refreshing view that it's not about how to play the violin in her case. It's about getting the new audiences. And it doesn't matter if you clap between the movements. And that rather iconoclastic approach is sometimes just what's required in certain areas of the cultural sector.